Hello, welcome to King's Casino. We are live here in the largest poker room in Europe, watching the largest Omaha game in Europe right now. We have 8 players, as you can see listed, starting in seat 1, Ronnie Kaiser. This is a under-the-radar, high-stakes PLO player from Switzerland. Massive winner online. Specializes in PLO. Seat 3, we have Ishmail from Germany. Also under the radar. Not as high profile as his countrymen, but believe me, this guy is highly qualified in mixed games, in particular PLO. Many cashes in Limit, Hold'em, Raz, and PLO. I see my friend Martin in seat 8. Martin Cabral, well known in these parts. Czech player who plays full-time here in the King's Casino. And this guy is a total character. He will not be fazed by any of the big names at the table. And I see the biggest name of the table, seat 4, is Theo from Denmark, Theo Jorgensen. The Denmark-based player. You can see him straight in front of the camera, very well known. Probably to all our viewers as well. To Theo's left, you see Jan Peter Jachmann, the German player. Seat 6, which is actually, seat 7, is Thomas Bichon, massive high stakes player. The majority of these players are bought in for 10k. The blinds are 100.
First hand raise?
First hand raise, and I am gonna slow roll and bluff the shit out of you, Mr. That's the plan.
And we're out of the traps straight away. Under the gun, Ronnie Kaiser.
We had this yesterday in
He's straddled.
Mexico.
Theo raises
So what does it mean?
with Queen Jack 9-5 double suited. And no action.
Yeah, he makes.
We are in King's Casino, Rozadov. This is a 100 blind PLO. Players are bought in for 10k. Players are allowed to reload if they go bust. Multiple reloads allowed, obviously. Expect this game to get much bigger. While the majority of players are playing 10k behind, very soon expect that to be increased.
I need to see
Jachmann enters the pot. 5-8, 9-10. And Thomas Bichon, who is a German-based
We got a game going.
high stakes. He plays the highest stakes, this guy, Thomas Bichon.
You in the hand.
Particularly in mixed games, PLO.
Done. We're done.
We're done.
I feel like I have no shot against the Kaiser when his hair is so beautiful. When the hair is like with a curl, I can't beat that.
Straight away, Theo is the table chat box. This is part of Theo's game. He'll be engaging straight away,
Bits.
talking to all the players,
seat
getting a
4.
feel for where he's at.
C4 bits.
He points out straight away Ronnie Kaiser, because he knows Ronnie would be one of the best PLO players in Europe. And he goes under the radar quite a lot. And Theo quickly pointing this out to his table mates. And we have Martin Cabral heads up against Nick here. Nick is actually winning with the pair of kings. Actually, he's 2 pair, 6s and 4s. Can't really build this pot. 2 pair, 2 low pair in Omaha. He knows with a straight out there, possible sets, he'll try and contain the pot here. Theo headbanging here. Not quite sure what he's doing. Trying to wake his brain up, I think. It is lunchtime here in Rozadov. And what a table of characters we have. In our picture here, Peter Yachman to Theo's left. Yachman, quite a character. Huge winner here in the King's Casino. Regular player. And to his left is Thomas Bichon, the German mixed player. And as you can see, Martin to the left of Thomas. Nick has gone all in here after a bet from Martin. Martin has absolutely nothing and he folds. And that looked like a bit of a bluff from Nick, even though he was winning with his 2 pairs. And Nick takes down a pot from Martin. Martin Cabral, he's such a character. He's relishing this opportunity now with all these players. He will fancy himself. He's thinking here, I can make some serious dosh at this table. He is afraid of nobody, this guy Martin. Seat 1. The Kaiser, Ronnie Kaiser. From Switzerland. Huge winner online. This guy has been floating under the radar for the past 10 years. But his peers class him as one of, if not the best, PLO players in Europe. Theo calls Thomas's raise with a pair of jacks. 1 suit. Thomas double suited, diamonds and hearts. Remember, the blinds here are €100, €100. Small as 100, big as 100. Players are playing 10k behind. I believe Nick and Martin are in for 5k. But expect these stacks to escalate quite quickly. Obviously, we're just very early stages, hand 4. Players are just feeling each other out. But this will get frisky very quickly. Buttons on the Kaiser. And Theo is under the gun with a playable hand. He's a suited ace, Queen Jack. Yachman calls with diamonds. 6, 7, 9 Jack. And around to Ishmail, who folds. And now Nick calls in the big blind. We are 3-way here. That's a huge flop for Nick. He's flopped a flush and straight draw with a pair. But Jan is all over this. And Jan decides to bet out. Nick is certainly going to continue. While Theo has top pair, he's not going to follow through. I don't believe he's going to call here. And rightly so, Theo gets out of the way.
You and me. Bluff. What if we bluff on turn? Bluff.
This is some card, there's 9.
Only the river. We got a game going on.
It
We
gives
got a game
Nick
going on.
the straight.
No, but
What is the analogy no
that
how
thought-
by someone use game?
Plus 10k for somebody.
I think
Jan
that
Peter
at least
now
15
has
guys.
3
You win
pairs.
with trips, yeah?
That's how stupid I am.
Okay.
Because you make suddenly come into a pot, and then you make
Jan
some
Peter,
ranges.
€3,000 bet. Nick is all in for 7,400. Jan Peter will certainly call here. He's mathematically completely priced in. And Nick, who bought in for 5,000, I believe, is favourite here to double up.
Schon wieder Straße fertig, Mann. How much? I don't understand anything. I'm sorry. Just you want to continue? I wait.
Yes.
I wait.
Jan Peter now,
Just really.
bit frustrated
It will just complicate it, but I think you're right
because
about that.
Theo, this is his style. Theo
I
will
will
talk
wait until the finish.
all the way
I don't
through
know.
this
I have
table.
to calculate.
And
think
Jan
it
Peter
was
has a
against
problem with it,
Rafa
but Theo doesn't. Theo continues. This is great.
You were in the hand as well, right? Are we done now? Oh, okay.
Yeah, let him live.
It's your turn. Yeah.
So how much is that?
And Jan Peter, this is his style. He's very emotional. He comes across as a very emotional player. Believe me, he's top quality, this guy. But he does appear to play with a lot of emotion and passion. And getting quite frustrated here because he knows he's put in a big bet. He knows he's behind. He knows the mathematics here of winning are low for him, but he's so much in the pot and it's not much more to call. He bet out 3,000. It's 4,400 to call.
You can always have a nice conversation with anybody. I love talking to you.
He is an up and down straight draw, Jan Peter. He has 3 pairs. He decides to call, and he's in pretty bad shape. As you can see by the percentages, Nick is
I love show.
85% favourite here, which is huge in this game. And he sees the bad news here.
What are you doing? Once, twice?
The straight is no good to Jan Peter.
He is nuts. You should try to understand the game before you sit down.
As you can see, Nick has the bigger straight, and the flush comes to add the pain to Jan Peter. Hand 4.
I was thinking 10-7 is not for some reason.
He's lost the guts of 8,000 in that pot.
So Theo, now we can have nice conversation.
And that'll change the mood for the whole game. That's the type of player Jan Peter Yachman is. He's pretty disappointed that he's lost such a big pot at such an early stage.
I didn't see that as well. I was thinking
He'll reload fairly quick.
very complicated game.
It's a very complicated game.
I'm not sure how many people saw that. I didn't see. Anyone didn't see that? It's 1-2.
The first time I met Cabral, I think was it in Vegas the first time, Martin?
Only me and Diva. It's not a good sign. Only me and Diva didn't see the winning combination. Sorry?
The first time I met you, that was in one of the first times. That was in Vegas, where he's sitting right next to me, and on his phone, there's a screenshot of himself.
Oh my
playing
God.
poker.
No way. Oh my
How
God.
fucking beautiful is
This,
that?
this story.
Seriously?
Yeah. I think he won a tournament or something. No, I think he's just looking really good playing poker, really focused. I mean, you just see the phone there, and you think, okay, this is a really good guy. He knows what he's doing. Professional. Yeah, that's a professional.
And
My 2 friends.
we're off again. 2 spades. No one is on the flush. Thomas bets out here,
Nice music.
and he'll take down the pot.
Extra points.
With the music
We are
being
live
nice
here
as well,
in Rozadov, King's Casino, the largest poker room in Europe. And guys, this is the largest cash game in Europe right now. It's a 100 100 PLO.
Can I play with headphones? And you could see every time, like every time that
We
text
can
come
see
up and
by
came
the
up, you can see how much he enjoyed it.
chip stacks here. Ronnie the Kaiser has bought in for
You could just
30k.
see Martin, whenever somebody texted him, so the screenshot came up, you could see, oh yeah, that's me. Oh,
Jan Peter has reloaded.
wow, yeah.
He
that's
lost
me. Wow, I played that hand well.
a big pot
Wow, that
to
was
Nick.
beautiful.
And what a table, oozing with characters here.
Have it.
Mr.
Thomas,
Guy?
3455. Nick calls, King Queen 6-3. Jan Peter will certainly play this. This is a very playable hand and may elect to raise. And he does 3-bet to 1500. 10 Jack Queen King. Premium hand in Omaha. He has the clubs. Theo called.
Oh, the game is on.
The game's on.
Oh, Dennis.
With a suited ace.
I'm first to bluff.
We have 4 players. And already there's 6,000 in the pot. What a great flop. Jan Peter has just smashed this pot. He is flop Broadway. Rainbow flop. But the thing about this game of Omaha, you can never be too careful, and that's why Jan Peter will bet out 5,000 into a 6,000 pot.
Take it down.
That's a good
Jan
play.
Brown.
No ace.
Jan Brown as
No
well.
ace.
And
What one ace he will find.
claiming how brave he is, betting with no ace, and he's right, he had no ace, but he had the stone cold nuts.
Nice flop. Kings? Oh, I got it. Als ich noch jung war, hätte ich mit denen am liebsten eine Boyband gemacht, aber jetzt bin ich so alt.
It's true what George said, right? My German is better than his English.
Okay,
It has to
I would jump off the next helicopter.
this hand 4 we were talking about,
But you're not bad. No, your hand is not bad.
apparently it was a chop.
was surprised.
I missed
Well, your
the,
English is not bad.
I missed that.
Your German is not
Your English is okay.
Thanks for your contributions here in the chat box. Why are they so short stack is one of our comments from Kiam.
Maybe my
Well,
French
expect
is
these stacks
the same
to
as
grow.
German.
This is,
Maybe it's slightly
we're in the first 15 minutes here, we're on hand 6 or 7.
Would you
And this is a 5-hour session.
Commencez à parler avec moi.
I know from the session last night, the stacks got quite big,
I think I'm
absolutely massive pots midway and towards the end. The majority of players here bought in for 10k.
when he got a text.
I believe
Yeah, he was so happy.
Martin
He was lying it over.
and
At
Nick
one
are in
point,
for
he
5k.
put the elbow closer to me, so I could see the street guy. I could see the picture. 7.
Instant call.
Theo, Queens, 9-10, premium hand. Jan Peter with Ace King,
Thomas said yes.
Queen 8.
Let's gamble. With his aces. Oh, yeah.
And
Such a
top
challenge.
set.
Yeah.
But Ronnie the Kaiser has flopped the nut flush draw and a good shot. Ronnie will certainly stay with Theo. Theo has to bet this out with the diamonds. He has top set. There's 2,900 in the pot. Theo moved all his chips in, but the dealer quite rightly points out its pot limit. And 2,900 is the bet. I expect the Kaiser to continue here.
My name is Joe Campbell, and I came here
I came
to
here.
gamble.
There's a guy I played the World Series with a
That's
lot of
the
years
core.
ago. Let's go. My name is Joe Campbell as well. Oh, we're showing.
What you got, buddy?
Not
Okay,
first
the
row,
Kaiser has raised it,
I see in my hand.
and basically he's
Wow. I'm practically drawing dead.
You have to show.
he's put Theo all in. Theo goes, I'm practically drawing dead.
Oh, top set. Nice
And
one again.
Thomas
Top set.
also all in. He has a wrap.
No, it's not possible.
2 times?
2 times is good, then I have a chance of winning it once.
I think I'm gonna.
Unless Ronnie
How
just.
can you win 2 times?
I think I'm gonna scoop.
I just want to win once.
It's 30,000 pot.
Probably 2 flashes for sure. So I'm favoring, right? Yes, you are.
Let's just see some high cards.
Who do I want to win? Me, obviously.
I like
And
that.
that's it.
Let's take a diamond.
It's one time.
It's game
Let's
over.
Take a diamond off now. Let's use a diamond.
Unless a 4 comes, no.
Jesus. 2 outs.
And this is a great start for Theo.
The best player of the world right
Big cards.
That's good card for me.
Thomas.
Top set on the flop.
Black.
And you can see they're running it twice.
What's the donut?
The diamond comes for the nut flush
Very unlucky.
for Ronnie.
Can I have 20,000?
What is it? Double scoop? You win?
No, here, nothing.
So Thomas has bust.
What?
So you have a
I'm very from of reading this board.
Thomas Bichon is the loser here. Theo
How is it possible?
Say one time and then you.
and Ronnie.
I was thinking there is one rule in this game. Ronnie always wins.
A 3.5 grand profit each.
Might have to be the
Ronnie
unluckiest guy.
at least splits.
This was
Cannot
very
lose.
good decision, Mr. Jorgensen.
Only
What?
cannot lose
Right
twice.
once. Very
Well-
good decision, I told you.
My problem is if I had your confidence with the picture on my own
Then
phone.
you said,
I
oh,
could
what
say
the fuck,
right
one
on.
time, one time.
If I could just look down at my own picture and then say, okay, we're running at once. My name is Martin Cabral.
My God.
Running
Can
at
you
once.
do that?
Actually, Theo's the guy I would imagine who could do it with himself. You enjoy yourself so much.
Please. Please.
Very unlucky, Mr. Bishop.
Not really.
Very unlucky.
Bad situation.
Ishmael under the gun, he folds. This guy, Ishmael, German-based mixed player.
Core.
We haven't seen him much of him. Top mixed player, based in Germany. Quite low key, not as flashy as many of his German colleagues,
Too obvious. So
but believe me,
he knows it.
highly specialized PLO player. And we are 4-way here on a Jack 4-2. 2 pair for Theo. Diamonds for the Kaiser. Nick has a pair of 10s and a good shot. But it's Theo who bets out his bottom 2 pair. Ronnie with the diamonds once again, and he's hit them. Theo will not continue now. There's no way he'll fancy his bottom two pair here.
So, nein.
Ronnie's first act. Ronnie Kaiser from Switzerland. He bets out his flush, his made flush, trying to disguise it in a way. Maybe this bet will plant a seed of doubt into Theo's mind. Why would he bet it out, maybe? That's what he's hoping Theo will think. Theo, I can't see Theo continuing. But he does. He needs the board to pair. Oh, and it does. But this is a great catch for Theo. Already 10,000 in the pot. Now, this is an interesting position for Ronnie. He has the nut flush. It's a strong hand. And he goes for it. Bad news. Theo's hit the two.
I think I played that break.
How was the turn?
Check. Turn check.
Check on the turn.
Check at the turn, says Theo. Rubbing it in. It wasn't checked.
Thank you.
As we know, Ronnie did the right thing in betting it out. But Theo went fishing and he caught his card. That's a fantastic pot.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
And Theo now
Theo, it's highs.
24k behind. Ronnie, who was in for 30,000,
Oh, you have
down
that
to
type of
21,000.
Yes.
That's why you call, okay.
See,
Then
our
now
short
I'm
stack is Martin Cabral. I believe he's about 2k behind.
Yes, that's why you only call on the
You're
turn.
very welcome, listeners. Thank you for joining us.
By the way, this should
We
be
are
considered
in
like bluffing.
Razadov,
Theo, he was bluffing you. What is the definition
King's
of bluff?
Casino, the largest poker room in Europe, and we are watching the largest
I was thinking
PLO game in Europe right now.
because he has the worst hand.
This is the biggest game today in Europe. It's a 100, 100,
So that's considered a value.
and we have some really strong characters here. We have just seen Ronnie the Kaiser
Let him live.
lose a massive pot to Theo. Theo made a very speculative call on the turn. Two bottom pair. He knows he has to hit, and what comes must be nice. Thank you for joining us in the chat box. Dirty Jack, how are you? Kem, thank you for contributing. Keep an eye on me, please, Kem. Not used to commentating on PLO. I love the game. I have a real passion for it. We play a little bit in Ireland, where I'm from. Not quite the 100 stakes.
We cannot say.
Spectrum 57.
Seriously. Shall we say now that we have signed something if we spoil this?
Please keep the contributions going.
Yeah, I tried to catch him, man.
What did we
We're early days. We're just on hand 11.
I signed something in German.
This is a 5-hour scheduled session.
I got no clue.
Players are in. Majority of players bought in for 10k. Ronnie Kaiser in for 30k. And Martin bought in for 5k.
No king of spades is out of the game.
Let's see. Yeah, probably because
Martin is the short stack. Martin Cabral from the Czech Republic. Quite a character. You can see him here in the picture. Not phased at all by these high stakes experts that he's sitting with. He'll relish the opportunity, Martin will.
There's only one leg.
And oozing with confidence, Martin Cabral.
and raise it up.
Theo,
Oh, there was 100 there.
9 Jack, Queen Ace.
Time. Call the clock.
And he has raised it up.
Wir machen da raus, den trinken.
abends gerne.
Mir und meine Nemesis, ja?
Ach ja, nicht mehr vor 8 Uhr, ja.
Hello, this is only for players, be fair, please. What's going on there?
What is it? King 6?
No,
Peter Yachman
Can I take advice? Can I take
trying to
advice?
direct
What do you have?
proceedings
2 kings or
here.
1?
Characters here are so strong.
Can I take advice on yourself?
yes,
Let
yes.
It's the
go.
quiet guys at the table. As you can see in our picture here, Thomas Bichon,
You have no opinion?
probably the biggest winner in mixed games
I had 1 king only.
out of all these players here at the table.
Not good keeper.
Theo, probably the most well-known,
Leaving?
former Poker Stars pro from Denmark. Been playing on the circuit 20 years plus now, Theo. Ads Waffle, commentator has a glorious accent. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us. You know where we are. We are in King's Casino. What a poker room we have. It is the largest poker room in Europe. And right now here, live today, the biggest Omaha cash game in Europe right now. It's 100. Just starting,
Leon,
hand 13.
on the 18th,
We're scheduled for a
it's going
5-hour
back in here, yeah?
session.
Sure, yeah? You will play too, yeah? What's that? This little tournament. 5? 4. So see you.
Expect these stacks to significantly grow as the game progresses.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Oh.
Jan Peter has an up and down. Thomas, pair of 10s, but it's Ronnie who bet out with absolute air. Jan Peter has hit. And this is going to go check, I believe. Jan Peters not happy with the paired board. He has the bottom straight. Ronnie shows absolutely nothing. What is that, says Jan, because it is nothing. And Jan Peter takes down the pot. Dirty Jack, do you know if Leon is going to play today? Leon, as listeners may well know, is the owner here, he's the creator. He produced this fantastic card room. And Leon is a passionate cash game player. You may or may not know, Leon was the winner of the last ever Super High Roller just a few weeks ago in Prague, claiming a €770,000 first prize win. Well liked Leon in the games here. He's known to pump them up. Was playing yesterday. I am not sure is he playing today. I briefly met him in the restaurant earlier with his beautiful wife and kid, but I am not sure if Leon's going to play today. He is around. He may jump in. Stay with us. This game is going to get rather big quite quick. At the moment it's 100. Theo Jorgensen is the winner at the moment, but it's so early. We have Nick here, quite active, and Thomas Bichon, the French mixed game specialist, keeping a very low radar.
Es kommen aber auch so ein paar Partypoker-Ambassadoren.
Ich mag Laura von Tonner.
think the hippo is really sad right now. It used to have 500 unders. Now it's only 200.
It has been on green grass. Now it's on.
Now it's basically on dry grass.
Green chips,
Really,
I need green chips.
really depressed hippo.
And Theo and Ronnie with two quality starting hands here. Theo with the aces, Queen Jack. Ronnie with Queen Jack of Hearts, 9-10. Thomas Bichon also with a very playable hand. 8-10 Queen.
I think this should be against the rules. You wanna raise, you should raise, but not nice.
Five for 6.9.
And Ronnie Kaiser has 3-bet. This is going to be a fantastic pot here. This is going to be a huge pot. Ronnie has 3-bet to 2,100. Theo has 4-bet to 6,900 euro. And Thomas, it's quite a big call. Like, it's going to cost him all his chips here. He's playing 8 grand behind. It's 6.5 to get a flop. So it's all in or fold, and he decides to fold. He's a bit frustrated. He hasn't played many hands. The Kaiser will continue, I'd imagine. And he elects to flat call, which is interesting. There's 15,000 in the pot here, and this could get so big so quick. And Ronnie has completely missed. Theo has flopped the clubs. He's not going to be overly excited with that, but he may continue bet. It's heads up. He has an overpair. He has the clubs. And I can't see Ronnie calling here. Ronnie's completely missed this. And correctly folds.
Take it down.
And Theo Jorgensen, the Danish professional.
In der Schweiz ist die Inflation schon ausgebrochen.
Huge Hold'em multi-table winner. Has won many titles in his career. And Ronnie escapes there. The odds of him winning that hand quite slim with Theo's holdings. And Ishmael here, another. My picks for the winners here are the two guys who are very quiet. Ishmael and Thomas Bichon. I know these guys from of old. They go under the radar quite a lot. And they're there for the long haul. We are watching 100 PLO here in Cash Kings.
Maybe just bad play.
Okay, wer wettet was?
Ich wollte gerade fragen, aber
Ich weiß es nicht. Wettest du auf Call oder auf Fold? Das hätte jetzt beides sein können. Ich hätte euch das jetzt.
Also er hat nicht gesagt und ich hatte trotzdem.
Das ist eine starke Vermutung, um was es sich handeln könnte.
It's quite interesting to me the
Pre-flop decision, please.
players who are
Pre-flop decision.
putting money in the pot most often. And Ronnie has played quite a high percentage of hands. Don't get me wrong, he is picking up premium holdings. Well, at the moment, it's Jan, Peter, Ronnie, and Theo. And in the sidelines looking on, Ishmael and Thomas Bichon. Jan Peter has a good shot on top pair, bets it out. And again, Ronnie folds. Ronnie Kaiser not having a super start here whatsoever. I believe he's down about 15k as we speak. He's in for 30,000. It's early days. We're in the first half hour here of a scheduled 5-hour session. Hand 16.
In 29 minutes, you will know.
Stimmt. Ehrlich.
That's why he's the best.
Er hat auf jeden Fall
Ishmael not getting involved. And Theo has picked up the aces again. He's raised it up. And here we go. We're going to have action here.
Take it down, take it down.
It's Theo versus the Kaiser once
Take it
again.
down, Ronnie Brown.
Ob wir heute noch dazu
And
kommen, Phil Helmuts Ausspruch. This idiot from Northern Europe.
no one on the spades. Both of them are on hearts. Theo might find a problem if another heart comes. No, and this is going to be a, looks like a chop pot. Ronnie does have the straight draw. Aces and sevens. Both will use the 5 kicker. Small bet and a call, I believe.
What's that? What a small.
The game is out. Huh?
And
The game is out. Huh?
we are here today for the Cash Kings. We'll be providing commentary for the full session here, 5-hour session. Also tomorrow, we have also English commentary for the cash game.
One time.
Please stay with us. Appreciate your contribution here in the chat box. I've just arrived from Ireland last night. Quite surprised at the huge action here in Kings. Every time, never surprises me too much though.
Because we really hate winning pots against each other.
Gaming tables absolutely crowded. And
Hurts.
poker room
It
full.
hurts me inside when I win a pot against Ronnie.
24/7 cash and tournament action. And here we go.
There's 100 under
The
there.
hippo is standing on the one.
Cabral has the aces, double suited.
Blind call.
Oh, Hippo now is naked.
Okay, let's do ones, guys.
And
How does he raise
I believe Martin's all in.
Is this
You can choose how many times. You can choose.
double
It's up to
suited?
you. No, it's up to you. I try to be nice.
No, I just look at your hand.
Wait, I play
Yeah,
premium only.
900.
What? It's not so good. I prefer 8, 10 check.
Yeah, but you played well with that deep stack.
Jeder Pot
Theo,
kostet
So how
2000.
many
having a
times
dig
you
at
want?
Martin about the stack size.
What are you talking about? It's an all-in situation. Relax. You see? What is it? Now I'm in danger, yeah? No, I have diamonds, right?
Nope, you don't.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Sound volume very low, I'm told. Please let me know if that's improved.
Oh my god. I didn't think about this, Rana.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. Now a jack is no good? No. So only diamond. Oh
Ah,
my god.
the diamond comes
My money.
for the flush.
Oh my
It was only
god.
900, right?
Yes. What only? What do you mean by only? Europe.
Thank you for joining us. We are live here in King's Casino. We are seven-handed in a 100 PLO. The biggest cash game in Europe today is right here live. And we are providing English commentary for the complete session. Thank you for joining us. Please keep the contributions coming in the chat box.
Karte kaputt. Moment.
Sound volume very low. We have adjusted that. Please let me know if that's satisfactory. We can adjust it again.
Julian.
Hier.
Jan, Peter, Ace, King, Jack, 4 flats. Nick has the queens. And this is the first time I've seen Ishmael in a hand. He's peeled a flop, but he's got out of the way. And Nick has called with the queens. He is ahead. Jan Peter with a good shot. And he keeps betting. I think Nick might get out of the way here. His overpair is shrinking on every street. But no. Now can Jan Peter Jakman, can he fire again? So hard to do in this game. And he's finding it in him, and he does, and this will win. This bet will get through, I'm very sure. It's €1,800, and Nick has one pair, and this has been an incredible call. And Yakman will not be happy with this call. And he looks at one pair, he's going to be disgusted. And Nick takes down a €6,000 pot. And there's a couple of sniggers. Ishmael in particular is quite entertained by this call. And Yakman go, what the hell is going on here? I'm after betting 3 times.
Du bist ganz oben an der Liste, ich schwöre dir. Aber wirklich. Lass mich in Ruhe.
He's on top of his list.
What?
Top of his list.
Oh, okay.
Snap call. I'm Peppa Pig. Yeah, it's an interesting call. I think, in my opinion, and please correct me out there if I've got it wrong, but I've not come across Nick playing at these stakes before.
Not.
While I've come across every other player at this table, at this level of play, I have not come across Nick, and you know, I'm not sure is that because that's me, that you know, I just haven't seen him out there, but he's very active here. He's playing a lot of hands. He's up. I believe he was in for 5k. I think he's probably up to 10k here.
That's tough.
We are live, King's Casino. This is a 100 PLO cash game. This is the biggest game in Europe right now, guys, that we're watching. It's live here in King's Casino. And we are scheduled for a 5-hour session. We are probably about 45 minutes into that.
1,900.
Thank you for joining us. Please keep the comments coming. I'm all alone here in the commentary booth. and appreciate any help you can give me. This is pot limit Omaha, 100-100. The winner at the moment is straight in front of us, straight in front of the dealer, and it is the Danish professional Theo Jorgensen. Probably, well, without doubt, actually, the most well-known at this table. However, we have seat 1, Ronnie Kaiser, undoubtedly one of the top PLO live stroke online. He's won Ronnie R3 online, massive winner online. There we have him in our picture.
Take it down, Ronnie Brown.
Ishmail, German-based mixed specialist, and keeping well out of the action here. And the strategy he's adapting is just let's see how this table plays. He knows it's a 5-hour game. He knows the money is going to get quite big quite soon.
We'll chase the Hamburger Sports Grind .com.
Is there a mandatory straddle? No, there is not a mandatory straddle. What is Thomas's surname? Thomas, it's Thomas Bichon. He is a French-based player. He plays the highest stakes. Thomas, I had the pleasure of playing with him in the EPT London in 2010. I believe we're down to 30 or 40 players when I was on his table. I went bust soon after that, and I think he came, he bubbled the final table. I'm not sure it was at 12th or 14th or somewhere he came. But he would play the highest stakes cash games, maybe not that well known in the tournament circles, but Thomas Bichon from France is well known in the high stakes cash game circles. And here we go again. Theo has a bet into him, and he has second set. It's a huge hand.
One time.
He flat calls. I'm positive he knows he's ahead here. Now, this is interesting because Jan Peter has a monster hand here. He has the flush draw, he has the straight draw. His top pair, but it's Theo with second set Theo has, and this will be interesting because I believe Theo is going to raise now with the spade out there, with the second spade. It's going to be a snap from Theo. The only thing beating him at the moment is aces, which Yakman doesn't have. That's a 30 grand plus pot.
Twice. I'm happy to win one.
Okay. Theo has agreed, I believe, to run it twice. I'm not if that's what I've heard. Yeah, he's agreed to run it twice. He's won the first one, so he's free rolling now for the full pot. He's won half the pot locked up, and a spade, and that is quads for Theo. And Yakman now is going to reload. He's ordering chips. Not sure how much he's going to buy back in for. But our massive winner here is
Yes, I did.
Theo after 20 hands. Theo bought in for 10k. I believe he's well over 30 grand. And Tarkin, our tournament director, has brought a stack of chips. Theo changes up. 1,000 chip. We are watching a 100-100 PLO cash game here in King's Casino. Blinds are 100, 100. That is euro, by the way.
Doesn't have any cards.
Oh, I'm sorry. Three quarters.
We are seven-handed. Big winner is the man on the screen there on the left, Theo Jorgensen, the well-known Danish pro. Several million in tournament earnings.
So we even now. Yeah. One for you, one for me.
We see folding there is Jan-Peter Jachmann,
Me too.
German player, plays quite a lot here in King's Casino.
I had a 9.
Good bet. I had a 9 as well.
Seat 1 on our very left, we have Ronnie Kaiser,
You rarely.
our online players will know him. He's a huge winner online in PLO. Seat 2, Ishmail Boyang from Germany, mixed game specialist. Several cashes in the WSOP mixed games. C3, Nick here in C3, German-based player. Not too familiar with Nick. Have not seen him at this level before. Doing quite well. He's quite active. He's playing a lot of pots. Made a very interesting call against Jachmann earlier on with one pair. And here we go again. Jachmann in a pot again. And it's the same players we're seeing here play. We're not seeing Bichon or Ishmael. Their strategy is just sit and watch for the first hour. That's what they're doing, seeing how the table plays. You can be sure that these guys are taking it in. As I say that, Ishmael's turning around to have his lunch, but I'm sure they're doing the calculations in their mind. Who's playing what hands? Who's opening with what hands? This game will get a lot bigger. We have seat 8 on our very right. Martin Cabrel, I have to say, he's my favourite player in the world. What a character. He is just full of life. He's full of enthusiasm. Sometimes he pushes the boundaries. If you let him, he'd tell the tournament director how to run a tournament. You can see him there even messing with the cards. The guy pushes the boundaries all the time, but he is quite a character. He's relishing this opportunity now, sitting with these guys. He knows that they all have big tanks, and he'll be there to win money. There's no other reason why he's sitting at that table. He is totally focused on running up a big stack here, even though he bought in for 5k. He's bought in short stacked. And Kem has made an interesting point here. He's questioning Jan Peters' entry to a pot with ace 10 6 3 suited to the ace. He's for putting in 10% of a stack, and it's just not worth it. Yeah, I mean, the starting hands in PLO are, you know, I mean, there's more to it than that, I believe. I think these guys are looking at a chance to win big money here, okay? They bought in, I'm not belittling 10K, but in for their type of bankroll, 10K is fairly short. So they're looking at the bigger picture later on in the game, and this, who knows what his plan or strategy is. He wants to play hands, he wants to enter pots. This is more than likely part of a bigger scheme for him, you know. Jan Peter is a big winner here in Kings. I remember recently commentating on a final table of the high roller here at the WSOP circuit event, and he was a standout player at that table. Anyway, this is interesting that you're making these comments. I really appreciate them. I love to engage with you here in the chat box. Keep them coming. This is the beauty about this game, the opinions and the levels and involved, the layers of levels. So what excites me about this table is the characters, you know, and Jan Peter is certainly one of the biggest, if not the biggest character at this table. You know, he comes across as quite moody, actually, you know, as a very emotional player, but believe me, he's highly disciplined and he knows exactly what he's doing. Lizama, if you're going to short stack, you need to tighten up a bit, especially in a full ring game. Well, it's interesting, you know. I believe most of these players will be playing with similar tanks behind them, you know. Probably, these guys would have, you know, they could have 7 figures behind them, you know. Having said that, I wouldn't really know Nick. I don't know Nick. I haven't seen him at this level. And I know Martin can get staked to any level he chooses. So it's interesting to see the buy-ins here. You can see Martin seed 8. He's down again to 1800, but he's happy enough. He's happy enough to play short stacked. He's looking to spin it up. He's looking to double, triple, and go on from there. Now look at Theo. He's up to 50,000. A 40,000 profit, and you can see there's no other winner really except Nick, you know. So we've just 2 winners at the table so far. There's no rake on these games. There's no table charge.
That's me.
This is produced by Kings. This game.
7 raise, 500, 8 fold.
Call that obvious, bud.
3 fold.
And we eventually see Ishmael enter a pot. Well, he is on the big blind.
7 bet 700.
And Theo has a set, but Thomas has bet into him.
3,300.
And Theo has raised with a set. And I don't think Thomas is going anywhere. He's folded.
I had the observation you play every pot, but
Theo is hitting these boards.
Bravo.
He sucked out on Ronnie in an earlier hand for a huge pot.
Who wins the most pots?
All-stars.
Spiked a card to give him a full boat against the enough flush of Ronnie.
All-stars
I'm
there.
still confident because he had a good start yesterday and then he blew it up.
Please.
We are 7-handed, 100, 100 are the blinds.
So I'm happy for
No information, please.
We are in King's Casino Rozvadov,
Wind of change.
the largest poker room in Europe.
7 call. 8 call.
And we are watching the largest cash game in Europe right now. This is the biggest game, guys, make no mistake about it. This is a 100 pot limit Omaha. And this is first hour in a 5-hour session. Expect the stacks to get a lot bigger.
I'm even.
We have Ronnie and Jan Peter who have reloaded. Big winner at the moment is Theo, who we can see on our screen on the left.
It probably is a safe call.
Ja. Normal ist eigentlich unter den Scheinwerfer voll warm.
Are you cold? No. Must be something wrong.
If you want, I can give you.
Yes, the game is on.
Let's see.
We got a game going on. We got a game going on.
Okay, you can see
There's a lot of Joe Campbells here.
Theo. He likes to run the proceedings. That's all part of his game. He can talk with anybody, this guy.
I'm honest.
I need it.
Theo has played all levels of poker throughout the years.
I'm honest, I don't.
Beautiful.
1100.
All in. Raise. All in.
And Jan Peter
Aye. I like
all in here. Ishmail, top set.
How can I win this one?
Thomas has 3.5 grand behind.
Omaha game.
He has top pair.
7 all
Same
in.
like
He's in bad shape.
Carry board, please.
Please, everybody.
He's in very bad shape,
Wow.
Thomas here. He's 1% to win the hand. But
What do I have
with the
to
amount
do?
of money he had
All
behind, the
straight,
amount of money in the pot,
That's tough.
he felt that
I need
he
a
had to
deuce.
call. It's not a good call.
I need
I
a
win
queen.
the side, right?
There's no queens out.
You win the side.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
You have all spade.
You are very optimistic, but you.
I need a queen.
Look, you're going.
And you can see the percentages here. Ishmael.
6.
King 9.
Okay,
Six, seven.
Run it once.
we have the
Six.
graphics.
Ronnie,
Ronnie has the nut
Actually, I have
flush draw.
Okay, 1
6.
9.
6.
Good run out. 9.
Backdoor halves will be amazing.
Yeah, actually,
We have
it's 9,
4
9, I like
players
9, 9.
in
Give
this
us 9,
pot,
9.
3 all in.
is very
Ronnie has them covered. The clear favourite is Ishmael with top set. That can change.
I don't know, no.
Gut shot on the turn.
It's only 9,
Jan
9, right?
Peter with a straight draw. And Ronnie with the nut flush draw.
And sideboard he's
This
close
is a
to
massive
favorite.
pot, 30,000.
Close to favorite.
This will be a good start to the session.
What do you want on the turn? Tell me which card you want on the turn. Not 9. What do you want on the turn?
Ishmael can end it.
Yeah,
You want queen probably.
Board pairs.
I like the 5 on the
One time.
It's quite interesting.
One time.
Thomas obviously the one in very bad shape here.
You want queen?
He's in real bad shape. There's no escape.
No.
And that is a straight, I believe.
But
Ace 10.
3 jacks out.
Okay, Ace 10 for Jan Peter Jochman.
Face card. Face.
And Ace 10 has jumped into the lead, and yes, it is a full vote for Ishmael. And Ishmael, first hand he's played
1,100.
to a showdown, and he takes down a 30,000 pot.
1,000.
Ich bin nachher auch gut Lachs. Ich auch.
30,000 euro, guys. That's what he's just pulled in there. Took him an hour.
7,000.
21k profit in less than an hour. Nice life.
Nice profit.
Position 7,000.
2 winners, 2 losers. Half happy.
Position 3.
And we have some commentary here about how did Thomas get it in there. Yeah, he was in so bad shape. It was quite interesting why he put it in. But he hasn't really been involved.
Play more hands like you.
And you know, he had top pair. He knew it was no good, obviously, with all the action. He knew he had to hit once or maybe even twice, which that's how it turned out. But he put in the remainder of his stack.
I raise it to 300.
He's seen the bad news with
Go with the
top
flop.
set.
Ready?
Play the wash.
You ready?
I am ready. Make it 1,000.
And Theo is in seat 4, right in front of the dealer.
Shitty cards. I knew it.
Good, yeah.
I get 500 now. Bluff.
You want to be in on that bubble as well?
No.
No.
I never get to reverse. That's the problem. I can't bluff.
No, Theo wasn't in that hand. First hand he wasn't in, which one of our viewers quite rightly points out. Every single hand Theo's been in. And we have just seen Ishmael take down a €31,000 pot. As I say, viewers, this will get big, quite big. You'll see the stacks escalate as the game progresses.
1 call, 3 call, 1,800,
Vegas.
5 fault,
One guy's like.
Nick has the aces, Ishmael has the kings again.
No way.
And he played them quite aggressively the last hand,
6 call,
which turned out pretty good for him. Thomas has a huge hand here.
7 call,
8, 9, 10 queen, 1 suit. He's Ishmael's diamonds covered. Nick has double suited aces.
Was that after 48?
And he's so active, Nick, that
36 hours?
this 3-bet to 1800 is certainly going to get called, I believe. Oh, no, Ishmael folds. What a fold. It's a quality fold there.
I won them, yeah.
And Thomas will call. And we're going to see a flop. Heads up. Good fold there by Ishmael, showing the class
You remember
of his play. Blinds don't escalate. It's 100, 100. And Ishmael will look on in disgust as he sees he flopped top set. But there is a nut flush out there. But Thomas has an up and down. So we're going to see all the chips get in here, I believe. Nut flush draw,
Wahrscheinlich noch ein großes Spiel.
up and down.
Oder manchmal
Thomas.
bekommt eine umgefallen oder so irgendwie das
Has a complete wrap
in der
here.
Hand und
7 raise, 11, go, please, showdown,
But he is an underdog. To the nut flush and overpair from Nick.
8,200,
das ist nice.
And they rightly get it in.
What's the price?
I would like ones.
One time.
And it's a 20,000 pot.
Service.
And you can just see how quickly this game is going to get big. We're just 1 hour into the session.
He's at least a favorite.
Let's just deal with cards. Oh, no.
And the aces are holding here.
That's what I was saying.
50, man.
No insane. Nonsense.
No, he's not good.
Straight comes good.
That I call Saka.
That was a big pot, 20,600 pot.
It's not Saka?
And Thomas Bichon takes down a 20 grand pot.
Good decision to play once.
One move.
Very good decision.
At the risk of sounding like a know-it-all,
Wow.
the two players I pointed out, Ishmael,
Gewinnen können.
Thomas,
Hast du geblockt?
are now coming good.
Small for small for alle her.
Like 55.
Maybe it's 52, 53.
That's small.
Maybe represent.
I'm not sure the graphics are correct there. I believe Ishmael is sitting on about 30 grand.
But at least 64. It's in the mid.
That was a 55.
55?
56.
now we're
2-3.
Why don't you
I take the over.
We are live here in
Stop
King's
talking and put it in
Casino,
straddle.
Ravadov.
I was right, yeah. He was big favorite.
We are watching a seven-handed live pot limit Omaha cash game.
My bodies.
The blinds are €100, €100. We're watching on the button Theo Jorgensen raise with aces, one suit, and Thomas is called with queens. He has diamonds, but little does he know he's absolutely crushed with the diamonds here. Like, it's gone check, check, and Thomas has hit a full boat here.
I think I have a flush draw.
It's a full, right?
No, not if I have a flush draw. And I got overcards as well.
Theo won't fancy
The
this.
7.
It is only 600.
I will call that obvious bluff.
He's on the button, he has position. The board is paired, there's hearts out there. He knows he needs to hit an ace to win this. He hasn't hit the ace. €1,500. This would
I'm
not be a
gonna
good call.
That
He's only beaten a bluff.
obvious bluff anymore. That's how easy it is to call the 7.
So if you cut the hearts
Oh, thank you, Kem, for pointing this out.
Hearts can come, yeah.
I understood that his stack was a lot bigger. I thought he won a 30 grand pot there, but he'd only 3.8, so that makes total sense. The graphics are correct, and Ishmael now is playing about 14,000. Please keep an eye on me, Kiam. You're doing so well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Even if he hits,
Yeah,
he can
15
come
minus 5, so it's
Yeah,
it's 40.
yeah, we got some redo. I don't think I have more than 40%.
Yeah, let's see.
That's, no, yeah.
Not important.
It's less than 40. Exactly 40.
Okay, let's play.
What?
No, I wanna see the play.
You were in there.
Always go in this situation. Always.
Der Einzige, den ich nicht bluffen kann.
Macht er nur einmal am Tag, oder?
That will be a nice flop on the big pot. When I have king 994.
No, you still
If
lose
you've
the
just
king.
joined us,
Yeah, but
we are live in King's Casino.
I could have saved 8,000.
We are watching the biggest cash game in Europe right now, today, live here in King's Casino. It's a 100 pot limit Omaha. Seven-handed.
Who puts this song on?
We have Ronnie Kaiser from Switzerland, seat 1.
Wind of change.
Ishmael Boyang from Germany, the mixed game specialist, seat 2.
What odds you give me?
Nick is in seat 3. Theo Jorgensen, the Danish superstar,
Times 20 back.
numerous title holder,
Oh, I want to bet that.
WPT winner, EPT winner.
I will be
Theo's
very aggressive
seat
for the
4,
last 20 minutes.
Jan Peter
You
Jachmann,
might play against Martin and then you only play
seat
one
5. Thomas Bichan from France, seat 6.
think the counter, huh?
hand. Okay,
Think the counter.
50.
And seat 7, local player,
And then I
Peter
take 10 and you say
Cabral.
you give me 5.
I'll give you 10.
now.
7-handed here
Now I'm gonna give you 50. One
in a 100-100 PLO.
Huh? You want it?
Please stay with us.
There's no value to win the first hand. I just want to make the
Window
game good
change.
after 30 minutes when you
Invite this
don't
guy.
have
Yeah,
it.
you're just sitting there tanking for half an hour.
and then afterwards you get really angry.
Oh, you think?
I'm so confident now because of this song. My name is Joe Campbell. I came here to gamble.
Definitely king game.
Wind of change.
10 high.
Wind of change.
You got it.
Please. Don't be rude with the Viking.
Rude, I'm still 15 behind. I feel sorry when he's down. I feel sorry. Because I know it's coming.
I think everybody is done on this game. Except Izzy and me.
I'm up 2,700.
So it's 100, 1,000.
Shred.
Oh!
And he's greedy.
No, Martin. Any two.
It's a good time for it.
Any two, but I have 4.
It's a great time for your aces. Even with only one suit on.
The hippo is coming out from the water.
Floorman, sind heute Meeresdrittel erlaubt oder nicht?
And this is getting exciting. Martin's all in for a short stack.
Sind eigentlich Dänen am Tisch erlaubt? Dänen? Müssen wir ins Schild bringen?
Theo and Nick have called.
Dänen nicht erlaubt.
Does it look like a showdown when we're 2 players left? Just because you come in with your
Martin has
You
a
mean he's committed?
premium hand here, but he's hit an ace. The flush draw has come for Nick.
All in?
I told you so.
I hope you got it.
I'm not really sure about that bet from Nick.
See that?
I would have thought he wanted Theo in the pot, but
It's enough. You block your set.
Martin has top pair.
So einmal Herz kommen, oder?
Very important.
Yeah, that's right.
One
But
card
also-
down.
Nick has a flush
I've
draw
got so many outs.
and pocket tens. Flush has come.
That's one.
I have full house outs, yeah?
Yeah, you have a lot
Top
of
two
those.
pair
Wow.
for Martin.
I
He needs an
block
ace or a
two of
queen.
You block it?
4 outs,
No chance.
and it doesn't
Oh
come.
my God. That's not full house, yeah?
You got a full house, right?
And I'm interested to see now what Martin will reload
Take
for.
it down.
He's busted out his first 5k,
This is so brutal game.
and the stacks are so big. He was in for 5 grand originally, but I can't see him just buying in for 5 grand here now, as there's more money on the table.
Sieh am nächsten Tag im Spiegel dein Gesicht und du erkennst den Lügen.
Can you treat me this gift? Thank you. Wow, that's how I call tuck out.
Take it down, Cabrel Brown.
Happy Hippo.
And Rhino Knife says betting a dry pot here is terrible. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that bet myself. He was on the flush draw. Surely he wanted Theo there. But hey, one thing about Omaha, you can never be too careful. And Cam is saying here, I would also put my money on Ronnie. Yes, I mean, all I know about this guy, Ronnie Kaiser, in Seat 1 is all good news. He is a humongous player online.
My fault.
He's been on the circuit for 10 years, under the radar. He wouldn't be a flashy, high-profile name like some of the his peers,
I
but
haven't
he's
voted
one
now,
of the
so I'm
biggest
just
winners
giving my
in Europe.
cards. I'm wondering.
We got a game going on.
Aber vielleicht musst du den Stuhl höher stellen. Du sitzt zu tief.
We're watching 100-100. This is Cash. Tex-Max has just joined us. It's a 100-100 PLO.
Gonna make many mistakes.
We are live here in King's Casino. And Ronnie and Jochman here. Jan-Peter Jochman. And Jochman playing 22k. Ronnie playing 32k. The Kaiser has two pair, bottom two pair. He's way ahead here at the moment. Has position. Is it time to put a bet in here? He ends it. If he puts a bet in here, he certainly ends it. And rightly, he puts in a bet. And we're not going to see Jan Peter call here.
Noch einmal! Der Kaiser.
And we have a good contribution here from Theo and
There's
V.
no way, he can just see.
Just regarding my comment about Martin Cabral and his
Wanna bet?
short stack buy-in.
500.
And
Now.
Ted Horn NV believes it's quite smart at this point, and because you will mostly realise your equity and get in a multi-way pot, but at showdown often heads up.
But thanks
I'll
for the
bet.
tip anyway. I don't want to pretend you
If
didn't
you
see
can
my
see.
cards as you told me. It's nice.
If you spot the right one, yeah.
Yeah, he's
I'll
looking.
Do it. And then.
He's looking to win
500
big
if you
but
want.
lose small. That's
500
the
if you
strategy. If he loses, it's 5k, and he has multiple 5ks in his back pocket, obviously.
Why not take it?
Um,
You can just keep your
Me
mouth shut.
happy told you. Don't try to get money on this.
All I'm saying is, if
call
you're not 100%, just don't open your mouth.
Action! Yes! Come on, let's fight.
Check it down.
Aye.
I think you got it. No. I said I think you got it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yellow chips are 1000s, and it's the dark chocolate brown are 5000s. They're the biggest chips in play, or the 5ks. You can see Jochman
Oh, now I think.
has one 5k, but the rest, the yellows are 5000. Sorry, the yellows are 1000, and the dark chips are 5000. The whites are hundreds,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the blues 500s.
Forgot about that.
Ability?
10 high.
You had to try.
Stupid enough to try. Two pairs here. Obviously.
I
One
made him
pair.
laugh on it.
One pair force is calling.
Weiter 5 vom Wind of Change?
Haben nichts
Aber
gesagt.
ganz ehrlich, es gibt fast niemanden so anstrengend.
Der?
Der.
Theo. Doch, ein noch. Weiter.
Oh, der sitzt noch am Tisch.
Das ist sehr ruhig dabei.
So, you haven't won a hand yet in this hour, right?
Nummer, nichts Gutes, die Nummer sind auch die Stack-Size nicht so wichtig. Jede Zeit haben sich informiert.
Na gut, solange er so wenig hat. Das Problem ist, wenn er einen Pot gewinnt, dann wird er schon immer fragen.
Raise.
Let's see a river, please.
Siegfold.
And it's the same old story, guys. It's the Kaiser versus Theo. Theo has the overpair, but what a horrible board for aces. Ronnie is up and down now. And the aces hold for Theo.
Service? Can I get a mint tea, please?
What was your highest card? A 6? A jack? Now I have to go.
I have the
I
feeling
Get a
fucked
taste
it up.
about the screen.
I fucked it up. If
I
I
have the
blow
feeling it's
there, I
gonna be
make
a long
full house
day.
8.
Full out 8, no.
Eight.
No.
long journey. A long journey as well.
Journey, is that journey in Urlaub?
Ah.
Journey is like voyage.
I thought, no.
Journée.
If you've just joined us, we are live.
Une journée, c'est one day.
King's Casino,
Jour est one day.
the largest poker room in Europe.
Road means journey.
No, but now we talk about the name in English. Journée.
Vacances,
Journey.
we didn't see.
See, maybe I see.
And we're watching the largest cash game in Europe right now. This is a €100, €100 pot limit Omaha. And interesting comment in our live chat
The
here.
machine knows.
By the way, if anyone's watching, please do commentate in the live chat. We're too happy to hear from you. And we see the Kaiser 35,000
He feels it. So
Yes.
the goal of the day is to make Theo
in front of him.
Yeah,
It's a tough,
It's a tough one right
mission.
now. But 2 or 3 big putts and a slow roll later, I might be there. It's been known to change really, really fast.
I was just saying there, we have an interesting comment in the chat box about Ronnie and how loose he's playing. Yeah, I mean, it's early, still early in this session. And, I mean, we certainly know that Ronnie has a serious tank behind him. He's won millions online. He is one of the biggest PLO online players.
Going back to work.
Yes, going back to work. Papa muss arbeiten.
And also hugely successful live player. Martin has the aces here. And that's a huge card. He's trip 10s. Thomas has a flush draw.
We haven't had a big putt big enough.
And Ronnie with the good shot.
Take your time.
Please, bro, take your time.
Three-way here. Martin Cabral.
You push that? 16.
He's bet 1,600 into an 1,800 pot. And he will take that down.
Yeah.
It's 4 o'clock. Any tournament?
Not sure some.
We are Monday.
And yet again, we have Theo with the aces. One suit.
Friday night has four Leverkusen.
Jan Peter calls,
Leverkusen is not in good form either.
and Ronnie. This is a very similar story.
I think they're in the bottom half as well.
These players,
11th place only.
the most active by a long way at the table.
In Champions League,
Yeah.
They went through. Yes. Tottenham.
Yeah.
Yeah. They
They
came
against
second.
Tottenham.
Yeah, Monaco and Leverkusen.
Yeah.
Tottenham is out.
They didn't lose the game, I think.
Leverkusen? I think they lost in Monaco. Oh no, 1-1. They won.
Any more
They
Cash
were
Games
leading
time
in
for the
every
next
game
few
and
days?
just
We
got,
have
like,
a
equalizers in 90 minutes,
Kings
90 minutes ago.
Cash game tomorrow. I believe it's the same
Actually, they're a pretty good team. That's why it's
same
just
blinds,
that
so
they're-
€100, €100, and we have several players lined up already.
Yeah, I mean, they
Jan
actually-
Peter
they're
has
very tough.
flopped bottom set.
And they never win anything.
Theo,
They only
I believe, has raised Ronnie's bet of 1,000 here
for like 3 years.
to 3,500. He's trying to find out where he's at. Ronnie bet out an up and down straight
Hazard
draw,
is back from injury.
I don't know.
and
From midfield.
Jan Peter with the real hand is just elected to flat call.
Yeah, that's why it's even more surprising.
So
they're not better
I believe Ronnie's going to call here. He's
So-
definitely getting priced in.
How do you say fast
He's
break?
drawn to the nuts, so I can't see him getting away from
Counter-attack.
this.
They're so strong in
They
counter
project themselves very fast.
Yeah, they should be able to play even better.
Like they did in Glasgow.
He knows any 5 or 10 gives him the stone cold nuts. There's no flush draw out there. Maybe he may try and make a move. I'm not sure. That looks like a dark chip. No, he's just called. 3,500. We have a €12,000 pot here, and that's the nuts. That's the nuts for Ronnie. Theo now is finished with this hand. He's got to realise that there is definitely one straight out there. So Ronnie now hoping that someone has the smaller straight, and he'll probably bet it out. He's first to act. He's just hoping someone has a smaller straight, no hearts. That's what he's thinking. He's bet the pot. And this is crazy from Theo, even considering playing this hand. No, he's gone. He's just fiddling with chips. Now, this is an interesting position here. He has a flush draw, and he's bottom set. But it's costing him basically the guts at 12,000. So is he thinking about call folding? I don't know, with bottom set. He needs the board to pair, but then again he may believe that if the board pairs it's no good to him. There's 3 overcards. He's putting the chips in. And I can understand why he's doing that. And Ronnie has to call with the nuts. So it's close. It's
Everything can happen.
if he's seen his hand before he called, he probably would still call. And that is no good for Yachman. The straight is good for Ronnie. And oh, they've run it twice.
Man.
And Ronnie's straight just gets better. And this is his monster pot. I believe it's the biggest pot so far. €47,000 pot. And the Kaiser, from the start, he elected to buy in big to have everyone covered. And this is the reason why. And Jan Peter is looking for a reload here. Will the dealer deal him in? Yes, she will. And here we go. He's reloading. Mike is telling me when you say the nuts, it can't be beat. Okay. I understood that it could be beat, obviously. It was the nuts at that time. And
How do you hit those straights?
it's not too often you fold the nuts in this game, although it has been done. I know it. But not on this table. And that was a monster pot. But if my maths are right, I believe that Ronnie's just about even now. Theo is a huge winner here at this table. We may get the graphics up soon to see the plus and minus of the buy-ins from each player. That'll be interesting. Wow, so many comments about Leon and will he be in the lineup later. It's absolutely brilliant to see Leon in these games. He really pumps up the action. I know he's on site. I met him earlier on, but I'm not. It's not confirmed whether he'll jump in today or not. Squetchy, Jan Peter, shut his fat mouth. Okay, wow. I actually met Jan earlier on, and he might look a little chubby there in the camera, but believe me, he's a fit guy. I wouldn't say that to his face. I'd keep that one to yourself, Squelchy. Okay. We are watching 100 PLO, the biggest cash game in Europe right now. And this is our winner here, Theo. He's 30 grand to the good. He's under the gun. And of course Yachman plays, and of course Ronnie plays. Am I imagining this, or am I watching just 3 out of the 7 players play this game? Ishmael in the small blind has chips in, and Nick is in the big blind. We are 5-handed, and Ishmael flops a straight and gets no action. The blinds are €100, €100. Players are entitled to buy in for any amount. This is pot limit hold'em. We are 7-handed. Seat 1 on our left is Ronnie Kaiser, the Swiss superstar who is an online boy genius. Many millions won live and online. Seat 2, we have Ishmael there on our right, the German mixed game specialist. Nick in seat 3, and there seat 4 is the poker legend Theo Jorgensen from Denmark. Yachman in seat 5. Seat 6, Thomas Bichon from France. And seat 7, Martin Cabrel. We are playing a 5-hour cash game session here. We are probably maybe quarter of the way into this session. The winner, as I pointed out, is Theo. Theo is the winner. Yachman is the player that has reloaded more than once. I'd love to see the graphics myself of who's up and down.
What you did now? What I did?
Seven race 300.
Thank you for joining us, guys. We are in King's Casino, Ravadov.
Call that bluff. Bichon bluff.
We are watching a 7-handed €100 100 PLO cash game live. The biggest cash game in Europe right now, right here in King's Casino. Thank you so much for joining us. Please contribute in the chat box. Let us know your thoughts. We have some really interesting contributions so far. Thank you so much for that. I just arrived myself from Ireland last night. Minus 10 degrees here. It's freezing, but believe me, it is not cold inside. The heat is on, especially on this screen we're watching in this room. There's approximately 150k floating around that table, if my maths are right. Certainly well over 100 grand. And play the board. Inventor of PLO is a sadist. And I've been asked to stop saying hello to everyone. I'm watching the numbers, so we do get new people online. So just filling them in, bring them up to speed. The atmosphere seems to be changing here at the table.
3,600.
The table talk is getting less and less.
4-4.
Thomas has the nut straight. It's a 3,600 bet to Theo. Theo has top 2 pair. He has a good shot. The pot now is 12,000. Theo's hoping for a check back from Thomas to show down his top 2 pair. Thomas can't possibly bet with the nut hand. It looks around 7 grand bet.
8,400.
It's 8,400. He's under pressure, Theo. He's having a problem letting this hand go. And he will let it go.
I two jacks.
And Thomas Bichon from France has taken down a sizable pot.
Haha, the Jorgen send money.
Okay, now I'm down for the day.
You said there is no smell on money.
Thank you for joining us here in the chat box. Plastic Man. Finton, are you playing the Irish Open? Yes, I certainly will be
Now
playing
you
the Irish
just
Open.
made both me and Jan Jackman very quiet.
And looking forward to seeing you there. If you are, please come up and say hello.
Thank you, Ronnie.
You have a small buy in this list. Very
A bluff there would have made me really
It's the
quiet.
first big pot I've really seen Theo lose here. He's been hitting them boards so strong. And he is the winner here at the moment. He is without doubt up the most cash at the moment. Still early days.
Gestern war ziemlich ruhig am Ende.
Check. 7 bet 400.
And Thomas versus Jan Peter.
Was? Up to this end?
Thomas has none of it, but he's bet it out.
Egal.
And Yakman has none of it, but he's raised.
7
And it's a good raise. Takes down what's in the pot. What is the best hand in Omaha? Ace, ace, king, king suited. I'm not sure about that. I believe it's ace, ace, 10, jack double suited. Ace, ace, 2, 3 double suited. Yeah. Many hands in
10 minutes. Thank you.
PLO.
10 minutes.
And as Kiem
You need to check off.
rightly points out, there's no best hand pre-flop PLO. It's a flop game as opposed to no limit hold'em. PLO is more a flop game. And we are on a 10-minute break. Please stay with us. This is so exciting, this game. Keep the chats coming. I'm going to be staying with you right through to the end of the session.
já pouhočky, jo, 3 očky, jo, teďka necelý. Co jmenuje ta vaše kolegyně Andrea? Já jsem na Bigunu rozmou.
Tell her that I'm very disappointed.
Wow.
Just I'm sorry, I made
James
a count.
Bond.
I don't know how you have.
I like James Bond.
You like Sean Connery?
No.
Like
Correct.
Daniel Craig?
Was?
Yes.
How can you
Well,
like
here's-
Daniel Craig more than Sean Connery? Yeah, that's not allowed. It must be because you haven't seen Sean Connery, be James.
Are you ready?
Sean Connery.
Old time.
Oh, Sean Connery was James Bond?
Connery was good.
I didn't know that.
I mean,
It's a light weapon. It will be more to a girl. Do you know about weapon, Mr. Bond? No, but I know about girls. The best gender.
He's good, no? I think he's good.
can I have
Yeah,
an
but the
espresso
baby-
macchiato?
Yeah.
Thank you.
How many Bond films exist?
They are not in the country.
Thomas, do you know? How many Bond films exist?
Martin, you
Three.
live in Wrocław? You live?
Sorry?
Welcome back, viewers.
There's three.
7 Sean Connery, 7.
We are about to restart
No, the next generation.
Just wasn't
our
informed.
cash game 100.
Daniel Craig, 5 or 6.
I didn't know that the old it's like 7+7.
I'm
The
Bond.
casting is the casting.
James. Yusuf Bond.
You saw it all?
I am Fintan Gavin from Ireland.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm commentating here
Got a game going on.
in this live cash game here in King's Casino. The blinds are €100, 100.
You can always take it
We
back.
are part 2 of a 5-hour session here.
Wahre Worte.
3 gold, 4 call, 5 raise, 1,000.
Our winner so far is Theo Jorgensen.
Das ist für dich schon Abend.
Für viele von uns ist noch morgen.
Go, 7, 8, 4,
6-1.
1 call,
Nick, du wolltest doch
Next to Theo is Jan Peter Jochmann.
gestern auch schon vorgestern.
Has reloaded here a few times.
Das kann dir doch mal so ein
Squetchy,
100er wert sein.
another comment regarding the players. Thank you for your contribution, Squetchy.
4 quarters,
Love to hear something good you would have to say about someone at the table. Feel free.
Kann man auch Brot gleich.
Schon mal gehört.
4 check. 4 check.
And no surprises who's in the pot here. Jan Peter, Theo and Ronnie yet again.
Five bet 3,300.
Just say bitch or
6
beach?
call, 1 call,
Beach. Look, it's like in between what you say.
Theo all over that board.
Beach, yeah, beach. Bitch.
Janic. Aber so berühmt wie du werde ich nie.
Schaffst du auch nicht mehr in deinem Leben.
Dafür ist schon zu alt.
20 Jahre zu.
Aber dafür hast du die Jugend und das gut aussehen.
Ich werde auch nicht mehr so gut aussehen, du. Das schaffe ich auch nicht mehr. Bist du live oder was?
Okay.
Straddle, re-straddle.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
of course.
Take it down.
I
Take it
have
down.
a good feeling.
Re re-straddle.
For me or for you? That's good.
Oh.
6 fold.
Theo singing away here. Why would he not?
7 fold.
20k profit already after the first session.
After he lost the pot, he suddenly can't remember any text. Yeah. The text
Actually
memory
closer
doesn't
to,
work after you lose a pot.
yeah, he's playing about 40
Oh,
grand
here
now,
comes
about 30
trouble.
grand profit.
Morgan.
That was a good idea. We got
3,100.
Great
And we
idea.
have Martin now,
games on.
who's
We'll see
raised to
some-
3,100 with about 3,000 behind.
Lean habe ich Glück.
Take it down, Cabral Brown.
Fold.
Winning all the money back in one pot.
No way. 6 high like a boss.
Double up your stack.
6 high.
Doubling up.
And 6 high like a boss, says Martin.
I didn't expect that.
Happy to take down the pot.
Very good.
Theo straddled to 8.
Straddle 200.
This week? Think
Blinds are still 100, 100.
that's
What? Who's more annoying?
What do you say?
this girl who challenges this Wilkesuk guy by myself.
I don't know who.
Again, if you just joined us,
What do you
we
say?
are
Worse
live
than him or what?
in
play heads
King's
up here, right?
Casino.
They will play.
We are
I think
watching
he's getting
a
insulted by
100 euro, 100 euro
all of them.
pot limit Omaha live cash game. We're live here in
I
Kings.
didn't say that. I still.
Thank
you for
joining
I
us.
still leave it open then.
I don't.
We are
I
7-handed.
don't leave it all at all.
Ronnie the Kaiser, seat 1, the Swiss
Even
boy
though you don't
wonder.
know her.
Great letters.
I have
Massive
it.
winner
There's
online.
No way she can beat Cabral.
Highly successful live also.
1 check.
And no surprises in this hand.
What?
He's one of the most active players on this table. Ishmail Boyang from Germany.
4 bet.
The mixed game expert is seat 2 there in the white top.
And she's playing poker.
1 free fold.
She gets loved by him in the main event.
This was
Oh, like.
And this is Nick on the right.
That's where he said like this 9 high like boss against her.
Yeah.
And now she's
We are
challenged
seven-handed.
to heads up. They play it here.
Which name are you
Next
looking
week.
Well, what are they playing? 2,000.
Fame. I don't know what they are playing for. Embarrassing.
The one who he taught her out of this pot. This was his long hand, and he was. So she complains that she would
I
have.
think she has a poker side with Mizurakis or something like this.
Okay.
I don't know. She's somewhere.
Mike,
in
I think
poker.
Mike wants to watch it over here too.
Mike?
I'm alone here in the commentary. Fintan Gavin is my name, from Ireland.
He has this. He has this.
We may have a few guests joining me, which I'm sure you'll be excited as I am to have someone come in and mix it up.
Kannst du nicht wenigstens das Steak essen? Muss ich halt
Ich
holen, ne?
fress hier Scheiße für 30.000. Dann nehme ich die
Take it
mal.
down, Bichon Brown.
Mike, Misrachi is mostly this is Mike. I will have played with him sometimes.
Ronnie.
First call.
It's like Theophile,
Bro.
you say Theo. You don't want to call him
Not a big
Theophile.
body, but it's
It's your body.
Theophile Jorgensen. You
better
say
body
Theo.
than most of you.
It's your body.
Theophilo Stevenson. You know that boxer?
Yeah, and we are all under 40, so no one.
What do you know? What's he think? He's my age. I mean, he looks older.
Who is old? You are, yeah.
I don't know.
Pretty close.
Wow, dude, now he's insulting you.
Pretty close.
It's I'm too old for being insulted.
Yesterday he looked better when they make the mask, you know, for TV. Now
Seven race.
I am really old.
4, 5, 4.
I'm not up in Jackman age.
You are. You're the same age.
I think I still wear that.
I am not 52 like Jackman. I'm not.
Einmal hat der zu Niki gesagt, er kann nicht, Theo hat gesagt, er kann nicht kommen zu ihm, weil sein Vater wird 70. Und dann hat er nicht gesagt, oh, dein Vater hat aber schon Kinder.
And it's not even, he's not because, he's not trying to make an evil. It's just yeah, oh, wow. It's a statement.
We have Martin Cabral entering the pot. And we are four-way here. Jan, Peter, Theo may call with 4-3-2-2. And yes, we are five-handed.
You're born 66, 67, 68.
5 players.
You look old for your age.
40, 5, 8, 6.
I believe I have an interesting guest about to join me. If you're tuned in, the excitement is about to be notched up a few notches. Yeah.
For that 1,000.
We have a superstar of poker in the building, and hopefully I'm going to get him to join me here and give his thoughts on not only this live cash game, but his thoughts here on King's Casino, poker in Europe, and what's going on with himself.
Where did you have your 50th birthday?
My 60th. I'm gonna have next year. In Copenhagen as well.
Maybe you're 1 or 2 years younger. I don't know.
We got half an hour right now.
Please.
How old are you? 45?
Race 6.5. 5
Once or twice.
Ja, was hast du?
Getting some interesting comments here about who's about to join me. Annie Duke, Phil Helmut,
Quel âge il a? 44 ans.
Fedor, no. But someone has guessed it right. There is a correct answer there. I'm super excited, guys.
44?
This is one of the most talked about names currently in poker. And why that has taken my attention away, we're looking at a full house King 10 for Nick. He's doubled up against Ishmael.
Ja, muss schon ein bisschen weniger.
I don't
Ishmael at bottom set. Nick at top
You
two.
don't have to tell
Kings and tens. King in the
How
turn.
is it possible to check on the bottom with first 5 right? Can anybody explain me?
How is it possible to think 6 minutes for a pre-flop decision? Can anybody explain that to me?
I can't.
Okay, explain it.
First, you explain me how is it possible to check.
What's going on through your head?
I'm thinking about fucking Mirage. You know?
Yeah?
Yes.
Small one, please.
With Johnny Chen and Ronnie Kaiser. No?
That's a good answer.
Out of the.
Try to optimize your play.
No, I wanna,
As much as
I
you
wanna
can.
be fucking Johnny Chen and fucking Ronnie Kaiser, but it's all unbeatable, yeah. Johnny Chen in Hodem and Ronnie Kaiser in MPLO. And then go to fucking Mirage.
Unbelievable.
How bad I'm running.
Don't race, Jan. Slowly.
That's all.
Oh my gosh. Full house, full house. Tricky, tricky.
Yes, it's confirmed. I will be joined very shortly by one of the current superstars of poker. Stay tuned, guys.
One bet 2,000.
And Ronnie and Jan Peter now. €4,500 pot. And Ronnie bets 2,000 with the house. Nines over jacks.
Ich habe auf jeden Fall auch einen schwarzen Lass gesehen.
He takes it down.
Das sind die schönen. Ich bin auch big time.
Adds €1,300. You can see the yellows are the 1,000 chips. The dark brown, the chocolate chips are the 5,000. The 5,000 chip is the biggest chip on the table. The blinds are 100, 100. Theo is the big winner here at this table at the moment. Followed closely by Thomas Bichon.
Easy race.
Let's chase him down.
Theo's and Jan have both queens. No chance of flopping a boat. But Jan Peter has pocket fours. He's the clubs.
Where's the only one?
Theo has the spades. But Ishmail has the nut spade draw with the diamonds. But he gets out of the way. It's a 3-bet to 2,100 by Jan Peter.
How much? 2.1?
Good price.
Excellent price.
These guys have been at it since the start of the session. Theo coming out on top. This is a cash game of 20. This is a cash game. 100, 100 cash game.
It's a re-ratio.
No, I expected it to go for ways.
Well, yeah.
You misread my hand.
It probably is. If you're calling.
It's easier.
I thought I had a double suited.
I don't understand this game. One more time. Just don't understand. How is this possible? Not possible. I don't know. Is it possible?
I was surprised too much. I can.
Oh, very good. I'm happy. I'm surprised in the same moment like you.
Maybe Johnny Chan.
Yeah, maybe Johnny Chan wouldn't be surprised. Free handed with Johnny Chan and Ronnie Kaiser. Iraq. What is it, Estrado?
6 goal. 34.
We love the 80s, yeah?
This is when I was really young and fresh.
8 goal.
85.
Back when
Brian
he
Adams and
back when he was 28.
must be like 88, 89, 88 was that song.
Was that after Robin Hood?
No,
Much later.
it was his first big success, right?
8 goal.
So,
Run to You.
I don't understand.
Banter.
I mean,
How can you fold in this? There's not the bed, right? Is there a bed? Why did you?
Can we get penalty, please?
He folded.
I don't understand.
God, I love this dude.
not good flop. I play only nuts.
Fucking love this dude.
He doesn't understand when you fold for 2,100. If he folds for nothing, he understands.
Logisch.
It's post flop.
But pre-turn.
Not free turn. Mr. Theophil.
Before the turn.
Theophil
Before the
in the
turn.
pot. It's not free turn.
I saw it was Tanya doing live.
yeah.
In Vegas.
I think Robin Hood was in 1992. And this was far before,
This
but
is 87.
so, yeah, it makes sense.
Because I remember that time we were in end of school and
Always love his voice. It's very...
it was one of my favorite songs. Same record assistant.
What is the first flop from Oscar now? Okay. What?
One of them.
What?
And if you've just joined us, Fintan Gavin is my name. I'm commentating on this live 100-100 PLO cash game here in Kings. And I am about to be joined. I've told you it was a superstar poker.
20, 30 years left, yeah?
It's actually a superstar of the poker media. I am so pleased to announce from Poker News,
How long is it?
it's Will Shillavier, the live reporting king. And here we go. How are you today, Will?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Thank you so much for joining me.
You're very welcome.
My viewers were getting very bored. One of them actually got a pin and stuck it in his eyeball. That's how bad things got here.
Oh, it's not. It's only PLO. It's not that bad.
Well, you are so welcome. And can you tell us about yourself, Will?
I'm here covering the 888 live event for Poker News. So we've just finished covering the opening event, which finished yesterday at about 3:30 in the morning, and we're staying for the high roller and the main event, which happens later on in the week.
Fantastic. Can you describe now? People say I'm prone to exaggeration, okay? And I constantly describe this venue as the biggest and the best card room in Europe, if not the world. And people just say, Fitton, will you get off the train, will you? Can you please help me out here, and can you tell me about King's Casino?
Well, it's the first time I came here, and I was really looking forward to coming here because I had heard a lot about it. And when you come into the casino, the poker room is almost like have you seen The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe?
Insulted me enough.
It's sort of like you go through the wardrobe and
Yeah.
you see the table games and the roulette and the blackjack, and then if you go out the back, it suddenly opens up into this wide expanse of cash games and the card room, and you can really see why I think it's the largest card room in Europe. It's absolutely massive, and the players seem to enjoy it, especially from the opening event, which I was covering Thursday through yesterday evening.
It's the atmosphere, though, isn't it, that really gets me when you come here. I mean, as you say, that's exactly what I thought when I walked in. I go, wow, this is cool. This is nice. I didn't think, wow, it's not as big as I thought at first. And then I walked into another room, and then I go, hold on, I'm not even in the main room yet, you know. And then I just looked down at this just massive hall just full of poker tables.
And you can't tell from the outside just how big it is. It's like
Correct.
It's almost like the conference rooms at the Rio, whereas you look at the Rio hotel and you're like, okay, there's the hotel, and then all at the back there's this sprawling sort of mass of the conference rooms. It's the same here. The big hall with all the poker tables. I'm assuming that's going to get absolutely rammed, either at the main event later this week or later on in the year when the PokerStars Festival finishes, or
Yes.
the World Series circuit comes back.
Circuit, and then the big one, of course, is the WSOPE Europe, which is scheduled for the end of October here. And I believe, according to the representatives here of Kings, they assure me that by August the extension will be built, the brand new 200-bedroom luxury hotel. So it's, I mean, it's exciting times here. It's such a fantastic venue, and this is why it attracts big name. I mean, just looking at this table here in front of us, see Ronnie here in seat 1. I mean, Jan Jackman, Theo, these are the biggest names in Europe, am I right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, they're the names that you've seen on the European scene, especially in the mixed game scene for a long time. Everyone knows Theo Jorgensen from his PokerStars day, and Ishmael Bojang, one of the best mixed game players.
Definitely,
in recent years.
Yeah.
I don't know if Martin Cabral's still at the table.
Yeah, Martin is in seat 7. He's been buying in, Will. He's been buying in short. That's the strategy he's opted. Like, he bought in for 5k. You know, he goes bust and then he buys in for another 5k. Whereas in seat 1, Ronnie, he bought in for 30k. You know, loses a super massive pot to Theo and then reloads to get a stack up to 30k again. So you can see the different strategies there, you know, and I'm not completely clear on the thinking behind them. I mean, there's probably multiple reasons for that. I know they're two completely different types of players. Like the Kaiser would be very under the radar type guy. I know he's a massive winner online also. Whereas Martin, very well known. I mean, he's a superstar here in King's Casino, and he's very well known in the Czech Republic. But I didn't know Martin until I actually came here, you know. But the minute I came here, then I realised this guy he's a character, and he's a huge name player, like, you know.
Would Cabral be seeing this as shot taking, or is this his normal stakes, and he's just short stacking as a sort of overall strategy as opposed to, you know, bankroll management?
Well, this is it. I mean, I know Martin can. I know Martin plays for himself, but I know from talking to the lads around that he'll get staked into any game he wants. I mean, Martin can play any tournament he wants. There's no doubt about that. Like, you know.
Ishmael here has flopped the absolute world. The best flush draw, top set. So Nick may be in trouble here.
Yeah.
Ishmael checks behind when 4 players check to him, and no one's caught up. But I suppose you can't catch up when you flop.
Yeah. So
set
Nick is thinking, hold on a minute, my flush is good here. But at the same time, Ishmael won't be going crazy with his 10 high flush draw. With his 10 high made flush, should I say? And that has run out as the winning hand here.
It's almost a sort of waste to flop top set when you've got such a almost a baby flush on this board.
And how's it going? Is it going to go check here? Or I think his hand is too strong not to value bet.
I think we should expect a small value bet.
Yeah.
He does exactly that.
And it's a 1200 bet, it looks like. It's a light bet, and he's going to get called. There's no doubt that 1200 is going to be called here by Nick. But I mean, Ishmael, for the last 2 hours, this is going on 2 hours, Will, this session. It does get called. But not the worst call I've ever seen, but Ishmael has been playing very few hands.
Just pip. No, Ishmael in the very early stages was not playing hardly any hands.
No hands. And it was frustrating for me as a commentator to watch, because I know this guy is one of the best mixed game players around. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. Now, he hasn't won any big, huge, major, you know, tournament, so there's no trumpets blaring or singing and dancing about the guy. He's low key, but I know how good he is, so that's why I was very excited when he was on the table. I wanted to see his play, but he just doesn't enter pots like.
I think it was either 1 year or 2 years ago he was quite high up the World Series Player of the Year because he does play all the games all over the world. So
Yeah.
it'd be interesting to see if he's playing a tighter strategy because of the buy-in here, 'cause it's a cash game, or whether or not he just hasn't been getting the cards.
Yeah. From these sessions, they tend to get quite big towards the end. So even if you're losing for several hours, you can really make ground in the last kind of hour.
Yeah,
You know,
there's the opportunity as the stacks
Yeah.
grow to really.
Yeah. And this is probably one of the reasons in his mind. Look, the real winners are at the end of the session. You're early in the session, the stacks aren't as deep, and he's just gleaning information all the time. And it's the same. It's the same with our French Thomas Bichon, our French player. He's a similar type player to Ishmael. Huge experience in mixed games.
Martin here's 3-bet with the best hand, which I suppose is going to get some callers, especially with players being as deep as they are. But he's only left himself 2,000 behind. His 3-bet is a 3.5 with 2,000 behind. So and Nick's now all in.
And has Theo tried to isolate here by raising, or is that just a flat call? Oh, he's just flat called, it looks like.
I need one card from
And
the flop.
Jan
Just one card.
Peter is also in this. And it's anyone's pot here at this stage,
I
isn't
think I
it?
just heard Martin say I want one card, which I'm assuming is the king.
It's a good flop for Ronnie. He's the spades with top pair and an up and down straight.
So Cabral's all in with his overpair, but there's too many.
And look at Theo with a set and spades. So look, Ronnie is smiling here. He's got to be playing this hand. Am I right?
Ronnie up and down with the second nut flush draw.
He's considering a raise here, Will, is he? To isolate, maybe.
I mean, he's out of position. No, he's in position against Theo. And Ronnie's raised 24.
Ronnie has raised. Yeah, he's tried to isolate and get heads up. Against, well, actually, Nick folds, yeah. And Theo Reid. This is huge. This is huge. Okay, this is massive. This is going to be the biggest pot of the evening, and there's no doubt in my mind Ronnie has to call here.
Yeah, Jan Peter shouldn't take too long with his. I mean, he's got 3.6 behind, so. And yes, the dealer confirming yes, that is all of Theo's chips.
This is interesting, isn't it? So he's doing the maths in his head. What's he get? Is he getting 9 or 10 to 1 on his 3.5 grand?
And the rest.
He's trying to figure out. Yeah, he's
No, I'm curious.
Two times?
the good shot,
And then
but the good shot's no good to him. And Theo is the leader here, but the Kaiser very close. It's actually a coin flip between the two of them. Look at this pot, Will. €92,000.
definitely the biggest part of the day. Four-handed, and the two chip leaders at the table have the two second best hands, and like you say, it's almost a coin flip between them, 42 and 47.
What one house is he talking about?
Martin and Jan Peter are almost spectators.
Yeah, correct.
Still have outs.
The king. There's one king out there that
Martin
be looking for.
Martin hit king. Jan Peter can hit 7.
Das ist gar kein Auto,
King
oder?
of hearts.
Das ist gar kein Auto.
Just king of hearts.
Karo 7 hast du. Karo.
Okay, that's a full house.
King and
There's
ace.
a house for Theo,
Great one
and
for me. King and ace.
Martin now needs the last king in the deck.
7,200.
Oh my god.
Spades, no good.
Ronnie makes his flush, Theo, but Theo makes his full house, so that €92,000 pot.
That's incredible.
Heading to Theo, who
This
has
is
been
incredible.
running superbly well all day.
What is
Yeah.
flush, yeah? Okay.
So
paid him.
I believe Ronnie is down about 40k in total, maybe more. I think about 50k actually.
Well, I saw he was at, he had 57k next to his name. Is that he rebought and then
Yeah, he
laid some
topped
on
up.
top of that?
Yeah, he topped up. He was topped up twice. I think he was down about 12 grand before this pot.
So I'm assuming
So-
the graphic will come up, and
Yeah, I think he's down about 50.
I'll be
50
highly
grand.
surprised if anyone else is in the black apart from Theo, because,
Yeah.
like you say, he's just been running too well.
And he
That's the best round.
I think Ronnie gets a bit of
That was a
change
very good egg.
from the pot.
Yeah, Ronnie covered Theo in that pot. I think
Second after king.
Ronnie raised to 20k to isolate, but with about 57 total in the stack behind.
So lucky this Danish.
Yakman buys in again.
Are you finished?
That's 15,000 it looks like. 2 5,000 chips and 5 yellows which are worth 1,000.
Well, he's got position on the table boss, so might not be a bad time to reload.
This is an incredible performance by Theo. I mean, he's
There
in-
we go. Theo's up
Wow.
82,000 euros.
Yeah, and the big loser is Ronnie. Close behind him is Jan Peter. Martin is down 10,000. Thomas almost even. Ishmail is actually up 8,000.
Tight is right. That's what they say.
90,000 euro. That's an incredible pot. We're halfway through. And Theo Jorgensen, the Danish superstar, is 80,000 plus. In this 100 of 100, if you just joined us,
Are you winning now, Theo?
I am alongside Will Shabir from Poker News, the #1 live blogger in the world
Nah,
for poker events. Absolutely, without a doubt, the #1 reporter.
your words, not mine.
He, incredible person. He is a
Oh my gosh, stupid game.
huge contributor to the poker industry.
Steady on.
Before they change them.
Just the bingo.
And we have a comment here. Would be funny if Theo says thank you and goodbye. Not so funny
Do
for
they have a
Yakman.
list of players ready to come in, or
Oh, they certainly have a few in the waiting in the wings. There's no doubt about that. I mean, when I arrived last night, there was 30 players on the waiting list
for Cash Kings
for the
today?
cash game. No, for last night's game.
Oh wow!
Yeah, 30 players. Now, Leon was in the cash game, so
Why does that not surprise me?
I think the numbers had swelled once he arrived on the table.
He doesn't know it's annoying.
I don't remember.
No, but
It's too complicated.
And I've just got confirmation that Leon, by not participating today, will certainly be playing tomorrow. That's tomorrow again, guys. Don't forget, we're live here at King's Casino.
360.
Someone there in the chat saying Web Joker's the best. I'm gonna have to agree with him.
Just live?
That's Frank Obdeward, who's the
Happy for
one of the best live reporters.
Ah.
He's currently on his way back from the Aussie Millions. So
Well,
some people cover the Aussie Millions, some people come to.
I'm just
Kings.
expressing my opinion, Will. I'm perfectly entitled to do that.
By all means, but
Thank you.
disclaimers exist so that I can keep my job and you can keep yours.
Oh my gosh. So unlucky.
You should be running Poker News. That's what I
Stop.
heard. I'm telling you, you should take over that company and you should be making all the decisions. That's what I believe.
I plead the fifth.
You are so welcome, viewers. Please contribute to us in the chat box. Let us know your thoughts. This game is going one way, and that's in the way of the Danish pro Theo Jorgensen. He's 80,000 in profit after 2 hours.
It's hands like these which are the most difficult in PLO. Martin's just got a naked top pair. Was just under 50% likely to win this hand, and it just checked round. And now Jan Peters backdoored the nut flush. So
And just, it's typical, 800 in the pot. It's not going well for Jan Peter today.
almost plays out like a flip. They checked it round, and now Ronnie's got a pair of threes. And Yampida just takes it down.
€600.
So it's interesting. You can go from a 92,000 four-way all-in pot to
a €600 pot.
check it down, check it round to the river,
Yeah.
and one bet wins it.
Yeah.
Get angry with you.
Oh,
So,
So you're used to it.
I'm used to it.
I'd like to hear this conversation with Martin. Because he has a reputation of giving directions to the TDs. He likes to voice his opinion.
I don't speak Czech, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Is that 5,000 in front of Martin Cabral? He reloaded.
I can't see, but
don't-
I would assume so. The chat
Yeah.
will probably confirm it.
Yeah.
Martin, give me 5,000 Cabral.
And it'd be interesting to see Ronnie stack now after losing that big pot, what he has reloaded to. So we might get the graphic here now. He's in a pot with Thomas. It's showing that Ronnie is 19,000 behind.
Yeah, that makes sense. It was he had about 57, and Theo was in for 38.
Okay.
So that makes sense. He's got about 20,000
Yeah.
behind because he said he repopped it for 30k, and then won some on top of that. So he wasn't completely felted. So he'll probably stick around with the
20 odd
20,
grand.
yeah.
They told me the opposite. So sick. So bad news. I was pretty sure I'm winning, but
So
Okay.
my mathematics,
Oh
I
my
believe
gosh,
there's about
170,000.
170,000
Oh
on
my
the table. Will.
oh
And
my
90,000
God.
of it is
Oh
Yeah.
being
Yeah.
used
Yeah.
by Theo Jorgensen.
Oh my
It's a
God.
nice place to be.
Yeah, I thought that's what he said as well. Oh my gosh.
Oh my Mr. Jorgensen, can I win one pot today with you, please?
Nope.
I say please.
Ronnie calls,
Yeah.
Easy calls, Nick checks his straddle.
Yeah. No.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
One bet 500.
Ronnie bets his gut shot. Nick calls with naked top pair. Picks up a gut shot to go with his top pair.
One bet 1,000.
Ronnie bounces for and gets away with it. Always nice to win a pot after you lose a big one.
Well,
Even if it's a €2,500 compared to €40,000.
I'm not sure will that satisfy Ronnie. I don't think so.
Well, it's got him back on the right track anyway.
The Royal Goat has asked, who is Ronnie? I'm going to ask, Ronnie is basically, as we can see here on our screen, Kaiser. He is one Ronnie, 3 on line. He's a massive, massive winner. Several million in live and online tournament earnings. PLO specialists. If you Google his name, I'm sure you will find out all there is to know about the guy. He has been under the radar. He's 10 years playing at high stakes. But he's in a hole here today, Will.
Big one. The biggest at the table.
He's down about 50 grand here.
3 bet 500.
Yachman also down quite a lot. Really, there's not many winners. I mean, Theo has run away 80 grand up.
It was Theo, Izzy was a short bit up, and I think
Ishmail is about 10 grand up, I believe.
Nick as well, maybe I think was the third player that was up. value and that thing Nick called Ishmael wins that pot. Again, small one. Players settling back down after that monster pot. Won
Yeah,
by Theo
it
Jorgensen.
seems the atmosphere has changed. And have you noticed that Theo is he's keeping a low profile?
He is. I mean, I heard him earlier at the table being loud and making all sorts of jokes, but I think the fact that he's so far in the black here, obviously wants to keep players playing, keep them around. So he's just maintaining a low profile for a short bit afterwards.
One raise 300. 3 call, 4 call,
Offer.
5 call. 3 call. 4 check. 5. 4 check.
Theo betting his top pair and flush draw. Ronnie calling, and then I think Nick just announced pot with his second up flush draw open ender. I'm not 100% sure. They were counting out a big raise in front of him. Yep, Nick has gone all in for 3.3.
And he might get this bet true. Will.
Theo will be wary of Ronnie behind, and Ronnie doesn't have that much with top pair and a gut shot. So like you say, this may... He's getting only 2 to 1, yeah. It's a good bet from Nick there. Getting it through when Theo looked prepared to make some bets there.
Run of Stratton?
Yep.
Stratton bist du mir.
No? Why not?
So is Theo putting on the handbrake here, Will?
I wouldn't say the handbrake has only been maybe 4 or 5 hands post, but like I said, I think he's just settling back down. You can't win, big 5-figure pots all day, every day.
I can assure you 4 or 5 hands is the longest consecutive amount of hands that he has not entered the pot. That's a fact.
Well, he was in the
Every
last
hand.
one, but like I said, caught between a rock and a hard place. Thomas is also doing quite well. I'm assuming in for 30 and up a grand there.
A good comeback from Thomas.
Was he down?
Oh yes, he was down 12, 13k at one stage. But I'm just thinking, like Theo. I mean, 80 grand profit for a 5-hour session. It's quite substantial. So, is it going through his mind now to just play out these last few hours and, you know, keep out of the trouble, like, you know?
Perhaps he's probably thinking not to let any of these smaller, between 5 and 20,000 euro stacks get any bigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
And definitely not for him to make them any bigger.
Yeah.
Like you said, if it gets bigger towards the end, he wants to be there with the stack to be able to compete and not have to force the action.
Well, the closest player to him, if I've got this right, is Thomas with 30 grand.
And then down to Ronnie with just under or around 20.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that any of the others
I
have.
think Ishmael is similar, about 20ish.
Yeah, he's got a big stack of whites there.
The whites are the low value.
So are we doing a round?
The dark chocolate chips are 5 grand. The yellows are 1,000, and the Whites are 100. The blues are 500.
Let me think about it while I look at my cards.
I guess not.
8 fold, 1 fold,
Rock and roll up. Have you seen the movie by
3
the way?
fold.
Rock and roll up.
It's unusual to see Martin Cabral
Rock and roll up.
play kind of what I'd class as tight. You know, normally I've seen him several times in action, and he's
So is this,
very active at his tables. He likes to be the boss. He interacts with all the players at the table. He's pushing the boundaries all the time. He's talking to the dealer. He's calling the floor down. He likes to kind of be in control. And
Oh, he's funny.
it's a different type of game he's playing here.
I suppose, man, you sort of need a stack to be able to enter pots and have not just action in the hand, but action at the tables with the players and the dealers and stuff. So
Yeah.
the stack size is all not only limiting in the amount of hands he play and the ranges that he can play, but also his actions at the table. He's also seated right at the bar end, so that might come into play. If he was sat in Theo's position, who just happens to be head of the table with all the chips, it might be a different thing. But if he's out there on the wing with 5k, he's looking to make a move before he starts maybe
Sure.
not acting up, but playing the part of a showman a bit more.
500.
No, that's not the small.
Now it's 500.
So he's having a bit of back and forth now with Theo, so
Such a bad move today. I think
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
to raise the limit of his winning.
Correct. No, he's winning only 6,700.
1 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, 1 fold.
Might come as a surprise to you, man. I'm in a fairly good mood right now.
And Theo telling Martin that he's in a very good mood.
Look at it, but I am.
he does not mince his words, Theo
Yeah.
Williamson. If something is on his mind, he will say it.
Yeah, what a character, what a great guy.
You are winning. The fact
And
that you
I
are
mean,
four guys
Theo had his ups and downs. I don't know, do you remember, Will, some years ago
make you happy.
when
Your best enemy.
a few gangsters broke into his house? Don't know, do you remember that? And
You feel bad.
he got shot.
I
He was
feel
shot.
bad, but
Yeah.
I still like.
It's a bit too much.
So
Yeah, because now
he was shot, and his
I don't feel
family were absolutely terrified and traumatized for I don't know how long.
Yeah, there is a small
And
lot somewhere.
they
deep inside.
stole all the money that was in
Very
the
well hidden.
apartment,
It's tough to find.
So
but it's in
it was a horrific story, really.
no, because you have the same problem.
I don't mean
Proven
to
over
detract
and
from the
over again,
barbarity
you
of that, but it looks like Martin
had
has finally
so many
picked
Yeah,
up a hand.
it's a monster. It's
if it gets anywhere here,
absolute monster.
Nick
And
might be in trouble.
Nick is in big trouble because his kicker problems for starters, but he's drawn to no flush, where Martin is drawn to the no flush.
No, but he's talking about like he wanted
So,
to solo,
yeah,
and then
Martin
when
moves
it
all
really
in,
gets down to the
and
big spots,
He's going to get snapped, isn't he?
Ronnie's going to get out of the way. Nick will call, and
Yeah.
Nick's not happy with that. Both
He's
flopping trips.
dead to a king or
Dancer.
Or a 4 or 3.
yeah, correct. Well, the
Well, or
three,
a four.
three,
King
yeah,
or a 4.
king or 4, yeah.
see a 4 out there.
Oh, Theo.
Four is not good for me.
I didn't hear that.
Theo said, let's see a 4 out there, and Martin said, a 4's no good for me. So,
Juice is very good.
Deuce is good for Martin, like he says.
One more juice.
And he doesn't have all the 4s. He's only
Running it twice, right?
2 of the 4s.
Who got this object?
And that's ace kicker plays.
Yes. I win the first one. So maybe I win second one. Or now?
They're running it twice here. So
I didn't believe, yeah, I hadn't heard that, but then she
He's-
moved it up, so.
he's free rolling for the full pot. He's half the pot locked up, Martin Cabral.
If he only wins half pot, he sticks around with 5,000, which, as we know, is his sweet spot. Again, king or a 4, and Martin scoops it all. It's an 8, so Martin's up to 10,000.
It was lucky because it was my last money.
I think Martin just said that was my last money. Sure, he meant his last buy-in.
Am I right in thinking that Martin's the only player with a card protector on this table?
can
Just,
play with
just
some
something. Just.
new guys.
You are an absolute genius, Will. I knew you were. How did you spot that?
I saw him playing with it yesterday, and yep, he sits it on top of.
It looks like a hippopotamus. Okay, now here we have the list. Ronnie is in for 50 grand. He's down 50. 20 grand in front of him. Ishmael, 13 grand, up 8. Nick is down 10 grand. Theo up 81 grand. And Jan Peter is down 30,000.
Yeah, that's come out of
Yeah.
nowhere. Nice to see that
Yeah.
Martin's now only down 5 after winning that
Yeah,
pot.
yeah. And Thomas, our French player in seat 6, or mixed game specialist, plays the highest games. Thomas Bichon. He's beside Martin, and he's up 3 or 4 grand.
Right raise 400.
Yeah, whites are hundreds, and the blinds are 100.
So I think Nick has just he must have added on because the graphic said that he only had 500 left behind.
Serious.
The camera turns around, we can see his stacks.
Ah, no, Nick has a stack behind. That was probably changed from the bet, the all-in.
Okay.
And Theo has raised here with ace, queen, 10, 10 and spades, but Jan Peter has the nut spades.
One check.
No player has hearts. Only one player is connected with that board, really. But Theo's 10 are still in the lead.
800.
He likes to put out the small fielder bets, Thomas. And we've seen this work for him, and it's probably going to work again because, I mean, no one really has anything here.
Raise 3,000.
It's an interesting play here by Ronnie.
Be interesting
He's
when it
up-
comes down to
Yeah, but he's picked up on that. He's picked up on the continuation bets by Thomas, and decides to raise there, and he takes it down. Theo had the best hand. Obviously, with that board, he couldn't continue.
Straight on 200.
It is good.
It's cold.
There's nobody in the casino.
Still safe, no? It is cold, but still safe, no? It's not still
If
safe?
you've just joined us, we are live
5-4.
in King's Casino,
It is cold, but
Ravadov. I am joined by Will. Fintan Gavin is my name from Ireland. I'm joined here by Will from Poker News, and we are watching a 100-100
wait, 5,
PLO, the biggest cash game in Europe, right here live today. We are 7-handed.
8 raise 800.
Our big winner is Theo Jorgensen, the Danish superstar. He's in seat 4. He's up 80,000 plus. And the loser at the moment is the online superstar
Oh, ja.
Ronnie Kaiser,
Okay, wir brauchen was zu trinken. Für die
the
Stimmung.
Swiss live and PLO professional,
8 check.
specializes in PLO.
4 check.
now Martin here has blockers to straights, but it's not going to be 100%. Bets 500 on the turn.
4-4.
Nick with the Broadway draw, but Martin has 2 of his kings.
4 check.
one pair.
2 pairs winning here.
Martin might not be happy by this.
What is it?
2 pair, Martin, and your kings will be.
One pair of jacks. Yes, so you win.
Black pair either.
Yeah. Unbelievable, he calls. Both on the flop and the turn.
What should I do? Should I bet what on the flop or what?
Well. you should
Okay,
have done
what is the
something.
min-max buy-in?
That's good.
Dude blah blah has asked. The min buy-in is 5,000.
Well played.
There is no maximum buy-in.
Pair either.
You were just very unlucky.
Normally it's
Ja, dat is
$800.
wel.
We are playing a 5-hour session We're just over halfway through. Seven-handed. And the gentleman laughing loud, quite a jolly mood, is our winner here so far.
He's picked up now. You know, we said he had a quiet spell. Now Martin Cabrel's doubled up. He's no longer super short. Theo Jorgensen, happy Theo's come out.
It's a good observation, Will. And this is when Martin plays best, when he is active. And he is involved in the pots. But he's not in great shape here with ace 9, 7, 3. He has the diamonds.
3 players, all with aces suited.
And spades and clubs. Spades of Ronnie and the clubs of Jan Peter.
Diamonds with Martin Cabral. Jan Peter comes along. Ace King Jack 10.
If Ronnie or Jan hit this flop, I can see them putting a lot of money in.
Yeah, but lots of Broadway, they sort of block each other with lots of
Yeah.
Broadway cards. Clubs coming for Martin could be,
Clubs are a problem for Martin, yeah.
and completely miss it. All the red cards come out.
Backdoor spades for Ronnie. It's a horrible flop
Backdoor,
for Ronnie and
backdoor
Jan.
diamonds for Martin.
Backdoor diamonds for Martin, as you pointed out, and Martin has a gutter.
Somehow Martin into the lead with that gutter.
Can he find it in him to bet out this? If he does, he wins. He checks. And it's down to Ronnie now. Ronnie's well able to bet this flop.
I mean, you don't really tend to think of overs in a game like PLO, but he knows that he has the nut over cards here on this board. No one's shown all that much interest in.
There's 5,600 out there.
He bets it. 21. No, 25, sorry.
Purple chips are 500. Yellows are 1,000. Ronnie started the hand with less than 20,000. He's bet out 2.5 grand here, and it's going to win the pot.
Oh my gosh. Ronnie Brown.
There's a nice little relationship going between Theo and Ronnie. I heard at the beginning of the day, as we see the chip counts here, Theo's still way out in front. And Ronnie's still 45 grand in the hole. Everyone else is up or down, no more than 10 grand. Martin bouncing all up and down the short stack. I think that it said there was Nick with just under 7,000. Look at those.
And this gentleman is in the hole for 32,000. Jan Peter Jackman. He's picked up a premium hand here under the gun.
Look at those Porsche sunglasses. They are something else. Someone in the chat said earlier, you know, he's put the sunglasses on, he now means business. Now he's 30 grand in the hole, he's going to put on the sunglasses and really go to town. So Peter calls under the gun. Peter raises to 400 with queens.
Will Jan Peter re-raise here with the aces? That's the question.
Into Thomas's big stack, I would assume so. Theo's just Hollywooding a little with his... Oh no, it's
and he has re-raised.
Is Theo called there? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's chase down the...
And Thomas has called the 1700. Theo's not going to call this.
He's getting 3-1 on his money. He's got a big
Wow.
stack. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah. He needs a very specific.
He actually does.
flop.
Yeah. Well, he can afford it.
Some low cards, please, dealer, is what he's saying.
And he's hit that flop, Theo.
So it's Thomas and
The 9. Thomas has hit the 9. Gone way out in the lead.
Jan Peter's got a gut shot and aces and backdoor diamonds. Thomas bets the best hand. And I wouldn't be surprised if it just goes call call here with the amount of money that's in, but been wrong before.
It's 1,800 into a 5,400 pot. It's a third of the pot. Theo has top pair. King 9-9 board. I mean, what's he thinking here, Will? I mean, is it ever good with his kickers?
The only thing that comes on the turn that makes it good for him is a king, and then, yeah, Jan Peter's not too happy with his aces either. So, Jan Peter down to 10,000, Thomas up to over 30,000. Sunglasses not doing him too well. But like you say, there's still time left.
And we're still having loads of chat about the monster €92,000 pot between two pair Billy, Pierre, Ted Clubber-Lang, Lurie Faxon. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us. We're here right to the end of this session. We're also live tomorrow for a Cash Kings session. We're providing English commentary.
Take it down.
Eine schöne Flotte.
Yeah, no,
How you play cutoff? Still cricket? Like button?
I have a feeling I'm losing a big pot of this one.
I have a feeling I would like to exit one flop today.
Oh, sorry, still first.
Probably.
Yep.
Oh, still same flop. Same flop. Ronnie flops.
Again, another one of these low cards that no one really connects with because they're all playing the larger hands. Nick picks up a pair on the turn, but he won't know that it's good. Maybe a case of he who bets wins.
And Theo, he's betting his spades.
Yep, first to act on the turn. One fold, two fold. Everyone folds. Did Nick Peel? Yeah, Nick Peel's his open ender and top pair.
Spades come home, but Theo will check this, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
So often
paired board.
Nick could have a flush there, bigger flush.
Nick only has 5,000 behind, but yeah, he can't do anything.
He can't do anything. If he bets, he gets called. He knows that. Nines are no good.
Yeah. Nick is not running.
Or spades
too
win.
well.
Yeah, Theo spades win. Nick's jack no good.
You can see on his face on the river there, he knew he couldn't do anything about it. He knew if he bet he was going to get called, only get called by better. And he slips even further into the hole.
It's amazing.
Yeah, he is.
Luckiest guy
Just
alive.
not need to be sure I pull it. Just put it.
Next.
No, that you can't say that at the same time.
There's one guy luckier than all of us.
Theo winding up the lads.
Yeah,
He's
very subtle.
Call.
Something I've noticed is the demeanour and attitude of Ronnie Kaiser in Seat 1. Obviously, he's in a bit of a hole here. He's the big loser at the moment.
Every pot I win, I drink.
He's 50,000 down, or the guts of, you know. But
It's too cold here. Can you please?
if you just notice his demeanour,
Winning good
you know,
or
he seems to be very calm and collected.
I'm not drunk.
And
And if you compare that to Nick, who is the next biggest loser and has actually flopped best in this hand, Nick, in the last camera shot, he had an exasperated expression of,
yeah,
It's fucking cool, yeah.
see,
I'm not familiar with Nick whatsoever, but he's holding his own somewhat here. You know, he was very, very active in the first hour. He was up. He went right up. He was up the guts of 10 grand at one stage. I think he's about even now. Will, is that right? Or I don't think he's that much down. Obviously, Jan Peter Jachman, he's down 30 grand plus.
Maybe I'm confusing the two.
Yeah, Jan
See,
Peter Jachman.
This is another hand where Nick is just not going to be happy at all. Flops best, checks
Yeah.
the turn to give Theo a free card, and Theo makes his flush. Nick's sat with 4,000 behind, 4,100 in the pot.
He flopped top 2.
You must know that Theo probably checks behind all of his flush draws on the turn. And he calls it.
What a
He's gonna
bad
get
call
shown
here.
Showing the bad news.
This is a brutal call, if you ask me.
That's just not going to help Nick's mood. You know, you lose 1, you lose 2, and
That's pure frustration on Nick's face there. And that was a really bad call, in my opinion.
yeah, and then you have to ask the man next to you for change. That's the worst. It's the worst. You make the call with all your small chips, and you have to ask the player next to you for change.
We have a change of dealer here. The best dealers in Europe work here in Kings.
I read they have a dealer school.
Yes. They are top class.
So they all spread the flop in exactly the same way. It's like they're like robots.
It's something to behold. It really is. Great dealers. Technically brilliant, and their attitude is even better. Well worth a visit here to King's Poker Room, the largest poker room in Europe. Action 24/7.
There's
7 days a week.
There's a lot of chat in the. There's a lot of talk in the chat about Theo's bottom set in a 4-way pot, which still is the biggest pot of the day so far.
I mean, there is a very strong argument there for a fold after the 24,000 bet by Ronnie. I guess Theo was in for 10 grand, and you know the winning potential was 90,000. So
yeah,
he's he's factoring that into it. You know, he's only in for 10. He can win 90 grand here. Could very well be ahead. You know. There was a chance he was crushed, though.
Yeah, he wouldn't know. He wasn't to know that he'd flop best and that Ronnie was just on a flush draw. But like they say, it's the nature of this game, the nature of the players who are playing, and the stack sizes. So another reminder: Theo is 85,000 euros up, 100 PLO. Jan Peter, the second biggest loser. Ronnie Kaiser still holding that accolade, shall we say.
Thomas and Ishmail both up approximately 8 grand.
What? In the hand? No.
Sick call, straight draws, tough flush progress there. 2 pairs and never good. Just referring to that last hand with Nick and Theo.
I think Stackside came into that.
What is so important in this? Tell me, please.
Nick sees that Jan is Theo is betting river and just doesn't believe him, and especially the hand before Nick did something similar. And the man is stuck, not as much as he was, but what is he up?
Sorry. Let's get some
4 ways, 2 moderate stacks, 2 slightly smaller stacks. Thomas Bichon flops best with second pair, but Cabral has
the nut flush and a Broadway straight, and he puts in a 1600 bet, which is the maximum.
Now you feel what is for smokers not allowed to smoke.
sadly no raw flush draw because that was folded. Jan Peter here with an overpair, probably never good on this board, and Thomas, yeah, same thing. So Martin's bet gets the job done with, well, a pair of tens, but all the draws in the shop. Ronnie guys are raising here. Oh, he was raising. It's not come up yet.
It's Ishmael who is raised, and Thomas has called. Sorry, it's Nick and Thomas.
Yeah, I knew Ronnie was in there somewhere. Ronnie raised out the small blind after Nick and Thomas both limped. And Ronnie has flopped best, but as you can see by the numbers,
Thomas is actually favourite to win this.
Now the roles reverse. Ronnie's ahead with top two and open-ended. Thomas still with his gut shot. Nick folds bottom pair, so action back on Thomas. You would assume it's not going to go anywhere.
He's up and down, yeah. 7, 8, 9, 10. Doesn't get there.
Ronnie bet for the missed clubs, bet for the missed draws.
Only yellow.
He must think he has some chance of having the best hand here, but what's he going to get called by?
Theo, did I pay you back the first day?
But it's fine. I'll just take it a little later.
Please don't hit me up on the street. I'm just scared to take it.
Ronnie does bet it, 2,000.
It's not going to get called though.
No, and it's a quick fold for Thomas.
One round of straddle.
Yes, Cabral? No?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Theo proposing a round of straddles, and short set Mark Cabral just going, nope, not for me. It's normally like me in the cash games. Someone's like, straddles everyone, straddles, props. I'm like, nope, not for me. That's alright, you're alright.
There might be another guy. It's incredible.
Theo is first to act, sitting on a stack of €94,000, and he opens up with ace, queen, 8, suited hearts, and into Yakman. It's 500 total. Yakman calls.
Ronnie is confused.
Izzy and Nick both fold.
Ronnie is the confused man.
Check.
Izzy's in.
No nines out there.
Everyone's in apart
Yeah,
from
and Peter has the
Thomas.
diamonds.
Everyone's in apart from Thomas and Martin, so they all check it round. A third 9. No one has a 9.
Queens goes into the lead here, I think. Oh, kings of course. Ishmael with the kings.
And open-ended.
Well, the house of kings does it, I
Oh,
think.
house.
Yeah,
Silly me.
and
So this might be tricky for Theo. Izzy's now.
sorry, I'm confused. Jan Peter bet out the flush draw here, and
Well, and a house. Three houses here. One flush draw, but he doesn't know that doesn't count.
Very suspicious.
So Theo's here with a bet and a call. And what is the third best house? 7 on the river changes nothing. Izzy with the best hand, but out of position. So if he checks it, unbeknownst to him, he's going to get no action at all. So
Things are good.
things are good from Theo. A very strange hand.
yeah, it's Ishmael with the kings. Theo had the queens, and Jan Peter did the right thing by checking the river.
Do you think Izzy would have got any value from that if he'd bet that on the river?
Small bet. I mean, the turn bet was 1,000. I think something like a 1,500, 2,000 bet would probably get called.
Because Theo had queens. So
The queens, the house of queens.
9's full of queens.
And if Theo folds, maybe
Jan
Jan
Peter
Peter,
calls.
maybe Jan
9's
Peter
full of
calls.
10s.
Possibly. Under the gun now is Jan Peter
Double
with
suited
kings, and he's certainly going to raise this. Yeah, he's made it 400. And Thomas Bichon, the French mixed game high stakes player, has called. Martin has called. Ronnie has raised.
Yep.
Ishmail folded.
Theo folded. Jan Peter, I think, is.
Now, is this a spot for Thomas with the aces to re-raise, or
I want a pot. I need a beer.
is he thinking about a raise here? Well, surely he is. With so many.
With Ronnie 3-betting and Thomas having aces.
Yeah, it's a good spot. It's a good spot to bet, I think. There's 10 grand already out there, you know.
Martin. Yeah.
Now, what does Martin do? 7755.
Choice between something a little crazy
He's-
and a
he's-
psi fold.
The hippo.
Not crazy about this hand. 7755.
No.
All I'm thinking about, Jan Peter, double suited kings. Will he call?
Yeah.
That's all I'm thinking
back
about
on
here.
Ronnie, who-
Ronnie's not going to call this. He's in for
No.
2-2, but I think Jan Peter might take a punt here.
I think he has like 300 behind. Yeah, 400 behind. See, he's playing with the 4 100 value chips. It's just in case if a Ronnie calls, and I don't think he is.
No,
No.
There's no way Ronnie's going to call there.
So Jan Peter
But
puts
Jan-
in the 4. Yeah.
Oh, he's oh right, I get
He had
you.
400.
I get you. Yeah.
He had like
Okay.
8,000 behind and bet 76.
Okay, I get it.
So it was a matter of when, not if. So
Yeah. So his clubs are dead. His hearts are live. Obviously, he's looking for a king here.
Ronnie folded ace 10 jack queen. So no kings there.
Oh, hearts.
I mean, if
It's
you'd given
not
Jan
bad.
if you'd have given Jan Peter 41% pre-flop, you'd have taken it.
And there he comes home.
So an ace or a
And there's
4.
only one ace in the deck.
Yep.
It says it 4-4 ace ace. We know one ace is gone, and look at that house of kings.
So Jan Peter, he was 30 grand in the hole.
35,000
Yeah.
down. So he's made about 12 grand in that profit in that hand.
Not too bad getting in kings against aces.
Yeah.
But obviously,
see-
PLO, a lot more can happen when you get kings
Yeah.
into aces.
You can see Thomas is very disappointed.
And that's why he slipped into
Yeah.
the negative figures. So it's now only Thomas, Theo and Ishmael who are up for the day. And all it takes is one big hand between Ishmael and Theo, and suddenly Theo's sat there going, "You guys want to rebuy? You guys want to reload?
Yeah.
Reload whenever you want." But I think there's still some play in this.
Because of Ronnie. Ronnie made good.
Ronnie did make a good fold because he had the hearts, but he would have got done the river there by the full house. He had the nut hearts.
I have an idea.
Tell me. Ronnie, shoot 2 and 4.
If you've just joined us, we are live from King's Casino. We are watching a €100 blinds PLO live cash game.
Everyone but Martin in this hand, and it folds to Nick on the button, who I think has gone all in for
2,000,
yeah, or is he just bet?
800 bet it
Screen
looks
says
like.
bet, but he looked like he had a lot more in front of him. Yeah, raise 18. And that'll do him.
Martin is asking about the Hold'em cash game.
Yeah, I heard there's Omaha today and Holden tomorrow.
It's possible it could be a round of each tomorrow, I think.
Maybe. I hope
Ronnie says maybe playing tomorrow.
Hold them, it's like with Johnny Chan. You know, man. Theo, you play hold them? Yeah? No? Yeah? Theo, you play? Tomorrow?
How do you pronounce
Thomas has the diamonds and an up and down straight with top pair. But
What more would you want?
Ronnie is the
Theo,
over pair.
I did gave you a quick.
Yeah, Peter has
You play tomorrow or?
up and down as well.
It's 1,000 for Jan Peter. Of course he's going to call.
not like English pronunciation. Theo.
Three-handed to the flop, three-handed to the turn.
Yeah, that's what I asked. But it's
No,
No,
my
it's
bad.
not the way
Thomas still
not what
And
you
the
would say.
German
thinking.
has a problem saying that to you.
Yeah, so they don't like German. Theo.
There's only reason for him to put
Thomas
in a raise.
he could raise here.
Yeah, seeing the two players in front
Not
of
a
him.
bad spot to raise.
I think
Certainly not folding.
Seeing a bet and a call with, I'm going to say all the outs in the shot, but like you say, flush draw,
Very important.
What?
top pair, open-ended,
Here we go.
5,000, and Ronnie folds.
Now, Peter has put in 1,000. He's probably regretting that now. I don't think he's going to pay another 4 on top here.
2 to 1 on a call with open-ended,
It's just not, doesn't make sense, does it?
and like we said, he's seen that Thomas has seen a bet and a call in front of him, and he's still putting a fairly sizable raise. So
And the top half of the straight could be dead to a bigger straight.
Ronnie is Mr. Tight.
He's not going to continue here. Thomas will
I
take
would
down
play,
this
but
pot.
I want to go.
they're very similar in stack sizes. Thomas just covers Jan Peter.
Theo probably as well because
Jan
he's
Peter
on big
folds.
hot streak. Biggest hot streak.
Disciplined fold there. I mean, it's the right fold. It's an obvious
Okay,
one,
no, no.
but
You play?
having put 1,000 in and seeing the size of the pot, it's just a case of forcing yourself to do the right decision, or what you think is the right decision.
Yeah.
So we're doing a round.
We're doing almost a round,
We're doing a, except for the knit.
except for the Hold'em players.
So they are doing a round of straddles, but as Theo Jorgensen says, they're doing it except for the Holden players, which I believe is supposed to call out Martin Cabral. Because he said earlier that he wasn't doing the straddle.
So this was a 200 straddle pot, yeah?
Indeed.
And Ishmail folded. He's not getting involved, Ishmael, is he?
No, not even in limp pots, but I suppose he was first to act behind the straddle, so
The queens there he folded pre, was it?
yeah. Spoke with Ronnie being the having a larger stack in the straddle. They have put him off slightly, but maybe he's just playing super tight now that the straddle is on, so that to not end up blasting off. So Ronnie bets his set. Jan Peter's looking at 2 backdoor flush draws and a middle pair, 4s.
With blockers to the straight.
Like the fist just to see how many beers you can.
That elects to fold. Actions on Thomas.
Go
With
on and just hammer the
Martin is in this pot, I think. He's calling with the up and down
two at the nine.
straight draw.
up and down, 8s, pair of 5s to go with it.
I don't believe there's any 4s left, is there? There may be 1 4 left. So he's looking for a 9 or a diamond here, or an 8.
No help.
Let's go with the beers. Yeah.
Oder Whiskys. Das
Let's
können wir auch gerne
see.
machen.
Whiskey's 3.
Whiskys 2 to 1. No, Whiskys and long drinks 2 to 1. Beers 3 to 1.
Ronnie's not going to do anything here, except
Sounds like a professional drinker.
bet what he believes to be the best hand. Obviously, the
was
spades come out. He
very
doesn't want to get that.
You must be doing that for a living.
Doesn't want to tempt anyone.
He's convincing himself
Be interesting if
Martin
Spade
may
comes
have
in
a
on the
3 or
river.
4.
Five
Full house.
Martin makes trip 5, so this could be.
It's an interesting one. I'll check back call, I think.
So you said without eyes, full of vodka.
Or whose first act? It's
No one can do that.
Ronnie, Martin's first act.
Martin's first act, yeah. Big blind.
This is a limp pot, so
betting.
there are all sorts of.
He might feel his 5s are good. It went check, so he's ruled out the straight.
He has blockers to other straight draws, which may not have got there.
How can you drink Jägermeister?
Yeah,
Hey,
and
I need it.
he's figured out that Ronnie hasn't the straight.
1-6,
But
1-7.
the bad news is that Ronnie has a bigger set.
He has a house.
He has actually a house, excuse me, yes. Boat. 6 is full.
So we expect Ronnie to put in a raise here.
His hand is too strong just to flat call.
He's beat by 5s and 10s.
But is he going to get called? He may well do, you know.
Yeah, bossing him around.
Okay, eine Runde
Martin's
Jägermeister.
all
How much
into
is it?
call.
Can you have
Round of
a
Jägermeister.
cold round of Jägermeister?
Jägermeister.
Jägermeister. Cold, yes.
We drink it warm.
Just bring around. That was a good idea.
Ronnie is a very active player.
Oh, you have to. What?
I
Yeah.
just said I haven't touched Jägermeister.
Yeah, then get something else.
Tequila.
He's asking to check, is it all in? And certainly it is all in.
Wait.
Service.
We changed to tequila.
Tequila's fine.
No,
You want
it's looking to me like a fold.
cold tequila with lemon. Shots.
Tequila instead of
Well, he's
Jägermeister.
thinking of a card to come on the river when it's on the turn, and
Theo doesn't want.
I wouldn't say a 5 is necessarily the worst card in this situation. It is, but it's definitely not one that he's jumping out of his seat with joy when it comes. Yeah,
No.
it's a good fold there for Martin.
Good fold by
Let's see
Martin.
the block.
Meanwhile, there was some discussion over Tequila and Jägermeister by the players at the table. They're trying to get the attention of the service, and
Do we have to fight for him?
I believe Theo said he hasn't had Jägermeister since he was 19. Rolling back the years, but
Great later.
82,000 profit by Theo.
Sounded like for him.
Jan Peter, almost 30 grand in the hole.
Left-sided, left pressure.
And Ronnie,
Great fight on
Seaborn, Ronnie Kaiser,
He hit his miracle.
almost
No, he hit his miracle
45,000.
Martin has crept up to 10,000 when he doubled up against
Miracle, yeah?
was it Nick. He doubled up against Nick and was down to just under 5,000, and now back up to around 10,000 in the hole. So it was a good fold there from Martin to not.
It was a good fold, but really he was just beating a bluff.
Such a good fold. The players are applauding. I don't know what they're applauding.
Guys,
They're very pleased.
I should get some TV time now. Oh my god, this is very
Have you
difficult.
guys been drinking already?
I'm gonna hold this. After the great laydown, I need to recover. Great. I still lost the pot, but thank you for that.
Standing
It was
ovation.
a great day.
I mean, he had
Quick
miracle
raise
time
call.
on the river.
Is he running?
Maybe
Amicable.
You will see that on TV.
I'm
See,
flop
it
comes
is miracle
ace jack.
three. We will see that.
3.
getting goosebumps just by
Yes,
thinking
pocket
about
60.
how great the laydown was.
Pocket 60.
It's an interesting call here.
Yeah.
It's blind and blind, is it?
Big blind on straddle.
Big blind on straddle, yeah.
And Ronnie raised to 7 from the big blind. Ishmael called. Ronnie bet 600 on the flop. Ishmael called. So
I just have a straight.
we'll get a 5th card
That
for
was
free.
That was a really strong call there by Ishmael.
No,
Izzy's jack is good, and if he called on the flop, he must think that his jack is good.
Brilliant play. Brilliant.
So he checks it back and hopes to win, or does he bet his jack here? I can't see him betting his jack, no. Ronnie has 8s, Izzy has a jack.
And Ronnie's surprised. He's like, what else?
Loud or too?
How can you call that light? He's thinking to himself. Well, that's a really super call.
Does Izzy put him on a flush draw there? Does he just put him on a I'm in the big blind, I'm first to act, I'm going to push you out of the pot there? Or
Ronnie's so active, you know.
Ronnie's so active and Izzy's not so active, so it's very interesting to see that Izzy in the straddle. And remember,
Yeah.
he folded queens
That's right.
in a straddle pot, which all 6 other players got in there. And Ronnie, who's in everything there, is bets flop and then checks back or checks turn and checks river with an ace out there. I'd have expected Ronnie to have fired again on the turn, especially with obviously stack superiority over Ishmael.
But as you say, Ishmael playing so few hands, and once that flat call comes in, I mean, alarm bells just go off.
Yeah, I suppose that plays into Ishmael's hands now. Once it gets to the big stages, they'll know that he, I'm not going to say tight, but he's more selective and more situational. Like there, he didn't fire with his jack. He just wanted to get to showdown and see what Ronnie was playing from the big blind up against the straddle. And not to remember that Ronnie raised from the big blind. In this hand, Ronnie is raised from the small blind.
And it's quite a chunky pot already. There's 5,500 out there.
And Martin has 3.8 behind, and Nick has 3.2 behind, so it will be a miracle if neither of those go in, especially now that Nick's flop top pair. No ace is out, the fourth ace is dead. And no flush draws about. So
Tequila has arrived.
Indeed it has. In a fancy glass.
And I'm guessing Theo has bought this round.
If he hasn't, he's a very shrewd negotiator. So, Ronnie, first to act, bets what is a stone cold bluff.
He's so good at this, isn't he?
Nick folds, Thomas calls, and Martin is here.
What is Thomas calling with?
Backdoor spades. Overs. I mean, I'm scraping the barrel here. He's now picked up a gut shot, but
it's incredible how he called there. I mean, obviously he has this plan for the rest of the hand, and now he needs to bet.
You call flop, you bet when check 2 on the turn.
He has to bet here. I mean, he's representing a 2, ace 2. Am I right?
He doesn't know he's going to get called here by a gut shot and a flush draw, but he doesn't. I think that's a mistake. Ace high is...
Am I imagining... I can't believe that ace high is winning this.
It's he who bets wins. Ronnie checks, Thomas folds after his mini adventure. If Ronnie checks, Thomas bets, Ronnie will fold. If he goes check, check, Ronnie is again going to be flabbergasted.
I know. This is way above my pay grade. Well, but we're probably looking at the 2 best players, mixed game players around. Like, these guys are just top class. And Thomas was setting him up. Now, it has to be a bet.
Can Thomas bet here?
Of course he has to. There's no doubt in my mind.
Called the bet on the flop to set up what? This? Again, they have similar size stacks. About 9,500 euro in the middle. And this is, I think, what he should have done on the turn. He should have bet something like this amount on the
turn. It's
turn.
definitely winning now. There's no doubt in my mind. Unless we see, is it possible that Ronnie could make some kind of move here?
Nope.
I doubt it.
As Thomas scoops up that bet. Yeah, very weird hand. Very, very weird hand indeed. Thomas, did he float with just like ace, queen, jack, 5, no suit? Just, that's... Oh, look at Theo. He's so nice. He's thinking about the other players. Wait until he's back, then we'll all do the tequila together.
Yes, he definitely bought the round.
Has Theo borrowed Jan Peter's sunglasses?
If you've just joined us, we are 7-handed here in a 100-100 PLO live cash game. Seat 1.
Oh, Ishmael has done this before. He's got the salt on his thumb.
Seat 1, Ronnie Kaiser, the Swiss boy wonder, massive online winner and live, very successful live. Seat 2, Ishmael. Ishmael is the German-based mixed game specialist, Ishmael Boyang, several World Series of Poker cashes. Seat 3, we have Nick. Seat 4, you're looking at Theo Jorgensen, the Danish superstar, It was a big winner here, 80,000 profit so far. And now Jan Peter Jachmann from Germany, a regular here in Cash Kings. And this is Thomas Bichon from France. High stakes, PLO player. Has played the biggest games in the world, this guy. And Martin Cabral in seat 7. Martin from the Czech Republic.
Also Jan möchte nächsten Pot gewinnen, trinke ich Ronnies.
Just before that toast, I heard Theo say that they were drinking to the health of their children. Which is nice, I suppose.
The tequila's out, guys. Thank you for joining us. Keep the chat coming, guys.
Thomas, you're drinking it like wine.
We are coming to the latter stage.
They just said that Thomas Bichon is drinking his tequila like wine. Look, he's still got the little glass there.
Oh, we got some here.
Got to savor the bouquet.
That's quality. Jan Peter
How do you call it?
with an up and down, straight, and a flush draw. And he's raised Theo.
Not my plan.
And Theo's not going to continue here. Not with the paired board and the spades.
Yes, 5K in a million.
Take it down.
And Jan Peter wins a nice pot there.
More than 5K.
More than 5K. Good job, Theo.
Take it down.
Take it down. The next drink.
Pay 1,700 euros just to watch Mr. Jachmann take a shot. It's going to be
Good bet. Good bet. Perfect bet.
expensive in the long run. 1,300. Doing around.
Okay, and I join you. For the drink. Der ist aber gut eigentlich. Schwarz sind die eigentlich auch nicht so.
So, Will, the event later this week,
Yes.
we have a massive event here.
Hmm.
I believe it holds a 300,000 guarantee.
The main event has a 300,000 guarantee. The high roller has a 100,000 guarantee. And the opening event, which finished yesterday night, won by Marek Blashko, came with 150,000 guarantee, which got absolutely smashed. It had 783 entrants, and Marek took home about 27,000 euros for first place.
What was the buy-in for that
That
event?
was 225.
225.
4 day ones.
So was 150,000 in the prize pool?
Yes.
And the buy-in for the main event, the 300,000 guarantee this week.
Yep, that's 888.
888.
Very easy to remember. 888 live Rosvedov, 888 main event. The high roller is 5.3 thousand euros. So
Okay.
we'll expect to see some names in that when it starts on Wednesday night.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Jan Peter with aces, Theo with a random selection of cards. But it's big blind versus the straddle.
That's actually a pretty good card for Jan Peter.
He's not going to get any action from Theo. Yeah. What stakes are the is the Hold'em game tomorrow going to be? Do you know?
I understand it is also a 100, 100.
2 to 7.
And it's a round of each. That's what I'm told.
Oh, nice.
But again, that is subject to player demand. And
There is normally, in the couple of nights I've been here, there's normally a No Limit Hold'em PLO mix game up on the boards for, there is a cash table open for it, so it wouldn't surprise me that the players have the appetite for it. Like Theo said. Oh, there's another shot of Tequila. Watch out.
Martin showing his frustration. He's 10,000 down here. It's Martin Cabral, seat 7.
Might find a raising.
There's a straddle at 200 from Thomas. It's raised by Nick. And
Okay, Jan, ready when you
Theo
are.
folds.
Wir drücken jetzt, dass unsere Vereine nicht absteigen.
Auf die Hamburger Jungs.
Auf die Hamburger.
Hamburger Jungs!
Hamburger Jungs.
Boys from Hamburg.
Jan Peter with the diamonds. Thomas with the up and down straight.
Nick with a random selection of 4 cards. That
He's just hit the jack there. But Jan Peter miles in front here. The 500 bet to a
Thomas,
2k pot.
is Thomas cool here with the open ender?
Now what's Nick going to do? He's only 2.5 grand behind.
Not you both.
Is he going to play this hand well? Straight comes home for Thomas. I think it's strong enough to value here.
We've seen Nick make some questionable calls. One against Theo, one against Ronnie, but he doesn't hear.
Kind of takes the arrogance away, yeah.
Or does he?
Shut him up.
But
Man, I wish
everyone lets it go.
Take the money in my back before. It would have been the perfect time. That's one of the things.
Again, if you just joined us, just to go through some of the players here. Seat 1, Ronnie Kaiser, the online boy wonder.
Ich nehme das weg, das Geld und sag all in.
One
Bevor ich sag all in, sag ich nicht.
Ronnie free online. 2 million plus online, several million between live and online earnings.
Before I do anything.
Ishmael Boyang, seat 2. The German-based mixed game specialist. Several WSOP deep runs and many different disciplines.
Should have a bracelet by now.
Absolutely. Goes under the radar, but believe me, he's one of the best mixed game players around. Theo, seat 4. Danish superstar. Multiple title winning Hold'em winner and also a PLO winner. Seat 5, Peter Jachmann. Seat 6 from France, Thomas Bichon. Super high stakes cash player. Plays the biggest games.
Ronnie Kaiser, obviously former EPT main event winner. And in EPT Prague, the last EPT, he won the €5,000 8-handed PLO event for €57,000.
900.
So the dynamics are slightly changing here. Theo's he's controlling pots. He's not really getting involved as much.
He's just letting the others see what happens. He doesn't want to get in there and stir the pot. Just wants to see what the others are going to do with their middling stack sizes. No one's coming close to his 90,000 stack at the moment.
Yeah.
But there is a couple of 20,000s. There's a couple of 15,000s. So he doesn't want to do anything silly. And you know, if Jan Peter here with 21,000, if he suddenly gets a double up through Theo Jorgensen, suddenly he has 40,000. And Theo has around 70,000. Things get a little bit different. So he's just sitting there, enjoying his wine.
He's definitely in good form. He's on an 80,000 winning session.
No, there was no.
This is a cash game if you just joined. It's a €100 €100 PLO.
Do it this way. Everyone who's not taking the shot, shots, has not to 12. You have to 12.
No, that's what we play in Vegas.
That's very fair.
Shot or straddle.
That's very fair. You don't even.
Shot or straddle.
Shot or straddle. That sounds like the best game.
I just
Because I don't straddle, but if someone's going to buy me a shot, then I'll happily play along. Here we go. Ronnie's straddled there. You can see the 200 in front of him.
You have Tequila. I'll take a Tequila.
Umbrellas not drinking and he's not
Whatever I do, gentlemen.
straddling.
I still out.
That's just the two
But
Hamburger.
you have to straddle.
Hamburger used
I don't have to straddle it. I take a Tequila.
Okay, dann nehmen wir auch Tequila.
Silber oder
Ich
Gold?
will auch Tequila.
Also den goldenen Variante.
Bringt ihr vielleicht 200 bitte?
Ja, ja.
Ask for the cooler.
Orange and
Easy.
cinnamon.
Take the Fuego.
Yeah, I take a.
Tequila Fuego.
No, but I like
Ronnie
the
flops a set here
Well,
with 3 middling size stacks here. Jan Peter
Yakman
and Thomas.
has the
Mineralwasser auch.
nut straight.
Oh, yeah. And yet it's not the favourite to win this hand.
That's
Incredible.
That's good.
Okay, I'll take it.
That's PLO, folks.
Yeah, I'll take it. Bring me two. I have to straddle.
So
Fine, I'll take one. with
Ronnie
you.
will raise here.
Okay, bring four. Someone will drink it.
I'll take one tequila.
You recommend
Ronnie called.
Oh, he just flat called,
I
yeah.
didn't want to drink. I just want to tell him what's good.
Oh, I appreciate the advice.
I'll just sacrifice.
Yeah,
myself.
he's not crazy about that card.
I always do.
Ace 3 could be there.
How you doing?
Ace 2.
Theo needling Cabral again. Jan Peter's going to bet his wheel and hope to get value from Ace X that isn't Ace 3 or Ace 2.
Ronnie is calling with the nut low house.
Done.
And I think it's going to go check back call again. The clubs come, check, I feel.
Yeah,
Is it strong enough to value here by Ronnie?
he's not going to get called, I don't think. I don't see it going bet call here. Not with an ace there, not with Ronnie calling
And the
twice,
clubs,
not
yeah.
with the clubs getting there,
Yeah.
exactly.
I agree with you. Could have been calling with an ace queen.
I can't see Jan Peter
Yeah.
calling here, unless he just thinks that Ronnie is...
But this is how good Ronnie is. He's figured out he's good here. And his hand is good enough to bet.
Oh dear, oh dear.
But this substantial raise might get through here. I really feel a massive raise will get through.
What beats him? Aces, ace 3, ace deuce,
So
ace
much
queen,
beats,
queens, yeah.
so much beats twos here. This is an interesting spot. I mean,
Now is Jan Peter raising
Peter's,
because...
yeah, Peter probably thinks, okay, his flush has come home. He's check called twice with two clubs. The club has come on the river, and now he's betted out. But like with the paired board, Jan Peter might feel that he can rep a full boat.
So he's turning his wheel into a bluff
He's
now
turning it
with
into
the
a
perfect
bluff. He
run
knows
out.
the wheel he knows the wheel is no good. Can't do it. Can't do it. He thinks the club. He thinks it's the club that's killed him.
Now he's...
But little does
Yeah,
he know that
he
it's-
lost. He had it. He had that pot in the palm of his hand and decided against it, which
Yeah.
would have put a tricky spot for Ronnie, but if Yakman had raised,
Compared to 4 million euros. Makes sense. Maybe next year he's going to be 8 million or 10 million.
Yeah, interesting spot there.
No, don't cover me.
And Yakman falls further behind.
Yeah, he's playing gold. So
You
far,
still ask for things.
so far this season, like he came this winter.
Maybe very good. Alright, just decide to come to win.
so is he not playing the straddle game? We must wait in here and see whether or not he has to do a shot as well. But he has raised to 400.
Aber die Shotfliege, wir sind nicht aufgegangen. Hätte ich nicht mal Kohl gelassen.
Nick with a KGB-like call.
You donate, you're easy. Oh no. I have
Nick
to-
now is playing just €1,500 behind. Ishmail with 10 times the stack at 15 grand and Ronnie 23,000.
Nick has position on everyone and has flopped best. So naturally he bets as much as he can.
He's not going to get any action for his set here. I actually don't like this bet at all. I mean, he's only getting called with a flush, you know.
Yeah.
You know, he's short stacked, he's flop top set. Surely, I mean...
Ronnie was open-ended. If he checked back, he could have...
Yeah.
No.
Maybe he's happy to take it down, maybe, you know.
That sort of white line fever. You see, you flop the set, and you're just aching to get it in. So, looks like Nick has straddled out of a 2.6 thousand euro stack. Thomas has called. Thomas has raised, sorry. Ronnie has called and Nick comes along for the ride. So these three players. Thomas with position and the chip stack. And the hearts.
Thomas bets the overpair.
There you are. I need a pot.
Yeah, I coming. Half an hour.
Oh, hello.
It's round number 3.
Next time, 2 holding sessions.
It's a nice life.
Next time, please
Drinking
don't
shots.
put him on the that's much more.
It's
because
a different type of tequila
playing with
because it's come with orange and not lemon. And
Interesting.
it's come with cinnamon instead of lemon.
He's not scared. No,
logic.
no, but
I've said it before, Will, and I'll say it again. You are a genius.
Don't
No wonder you're a reporter. Your
observational skills off the charts.
They're through the roof, man. You are
Relax,
incredible.
I'm in the middle of the big hand. Relax.
Cabral scolding Theo here.
We have our brown tequila. When you're gonna meet each other, you're gonna say a polite hello or
It's the dynamics are pretty strange here, Will, because there's only one clear winner, and it's a winner by, you know, quite a
Like
substantial
KO.
distance, you know. So everyone is, you know, there's 2 players in the hole for a lot of money, and the rest are just scraping by. And Theo is the runaway winner. So, you know, Theo's controlling the game. He's keeping the pots small. He's not entering as many pots. To me, it looks like he's very satisfied with an 80k win, and is just going through the motions. Am I correct in saying this?
You are correct. Doesn't mean he's not playing hands. He played that hand. He's played a couple before, so he's not completely shutting up shop. But like you say, he's not done by no stretch of the imagination. I mean, he's down 6,000 from the heady heights of being up 82,000.
Yeah.
So to lose 6,000, you must have been entering pots and playing pots. But as you see, Thomas has moved into the green figures, and Izzy,
10k.
as much as we say is quiet, is slowly just creeping up there.
Yeah, but I mean, Ishmael has been, you know, he hasn't moved. I mean, he's been 6-7k up for the last 2 hours. You know, he's not really moving up and down. You know, but that doesn't surprise me. He's such a solid player, like, you know, and he's just picking spots very selectively. But I'm kind of a little bit surprised at Theo. I thought he might go further, and because, you know, the Kaiser's in a hole, but he still has a big tank. You know, he'll keep reloading as long as this game's going. And but you know what? Maybe Theo realizes he's got lucky. You know, which he has done.
With that set.
He's got very lucky in this game. You know, and many players would back young Ronnie Kaiser against any player at this table heads up, and you know, to come out on top.
But the thing is, there are 2 players, Ishmael and Nick, between Theo and, you know, who has the chips, and Ronnie, who has lost the most, down 50,000. So there's not really many opportunities that Ronnie can enter pots with big hands looking to score huge double ups and the like, because everyone else has these small 14, 11, 20,000 chip stacks.
Correct. Theo is the only one that can double them up.
And so Ronnie is just that little. The same thing with Martin Cabral on the other side. You just look at the 2 people who are maybe not in the hole the most, but who have been in the pots, the big pots, and have lost the most times, is Ronnie Kaiser on the left and Martin Cabral on the immediate right. Now, whether or not that says something about their position at the table, or whether or not Ronnie's short stacking into this game with 5,000.
Yeah, I've got an answer to my question from Ilian. You're so wrong. Theo is not on knockdown. I played with him, and he always tries to control the game.
Well, it's kind of in this situation.
I mean, locking down can be controlling the game.
Yeah, like I said, in
mean,
this situation, by not playing big pots and not letting people
I mean,
have...
that in a way is controlling. So, I'm not saying that's a contradiction, but it could be interpreted as a contradiction. I've played with Theo many times myself. I totally agree with you. Theo is he's a top class player. You know, this is only one session. You know, he does this day in, day out. So he's a smart poker player. He's thinking not of just this session, he's thinking of the future. And 80k for one session is quite substantial for any player with any bankroll. So, you know, I could be wrong, but the facts are that Theo was playing every single hand, you know, for the first hour. And now, since that monster 90k plus pot, he's very selective in his hand choices. Meanwhile, Will, where are we here?
All in the call. Nick shoved from the button. The 2 players got it all in.
Put the jacket on, man.
And it's an all-in for $2,000. And
who is the better? What are you doing? It's like 50-50, no?
Times more pots.
You have to want to do it.
Yeah, played it with diamonds and clubs. Nick with just spades.
I think Jan is
Obviously a dirty 10 out.
Queen goes into the lead.
They're the king on the turn. For the excitement. The king of diamonds.
He's looking for an ace here. And that gives him an up and down.
And a pair of 9s. Oh no, but it gives the other guy a pair of 9s as well.
Yeah.
It's a 9's dirty outs.
He's a lot of outs here. 11 outs. And one of them does not. Queen 9 wins. Is that right? No.
So Jan was winning.
Queen 9, yeah.
Queen 9 wins.
Because he drinks lucky tequila.
Wow.
Now, what's going to happen here with Nick?
Been pootling around with a small stack for a while, and that is an empty seat.
Yeah, I don't believe we're going to see him come back. He was sitting on a very short stack, a really short stack for quite a while.
Yeah.
If he was going to reload, he would have done it earlier.
Is Martin Cabral going to fist bump Theo? No, no. Oh, try again. No.
He's complaining about me, like every time. I don't know why.
So Yakman is pulling a bit back here. He's still down 20 grand, but he was down 35 at one stage.
What's the sweater? Take a drink, Martin. You have to do something for the game. What are you doing for the game? Your fans are very disappointed.
He's very good at annoying people, so they could most likely on.
You are on field? Field?
I am on field.
I am sure that people don't.
I have officially been on.
Theo put in a raise here.
Yeah, Peter, cool, no suited kings.
The
He's
underdog.
out of position here.
What a flop.
Yeah.
6, 9.
Sounds like a good movie.
Thomas with a gut shot.
But Thomas bets it out.
Theo calls. Just calls
Well,
straight.
he has the bottom straight.
No luck. No. Very unlucky and all in, right?
I reported to the corner and I go to the
Maybe a 10 pound.
10 on the turn.
Maybe you need new set.
Does Thomas continue here? No, he checks.
Hippo. Yeah, Hippo. How would you say
Theo
Hippo?
needs to bet this.
Yeah, after just calling on the flop, I would say that Theo bets, especially with the diamonds still there.
What is his name?
name.
Going to be about 2 grand bet, I believe. 2.5.
How is it in German?
Newton. That's why I said
2,000 bet.
He also has a 9 blocker, but I suppose he's not really thinking about that at the moment. He just wants to force Thomas out of the hand.
What? Again?
Yeah, which he does so.
No, in English, eagle is eagle. Eagle? The small one with the
Hedgehog.
eagle?
Hedgehog.
Small one.
Yeah,
Not the big
no,
one.
just
Why are they
Not the
thinking
big one.
no, there's the English word eagle, but it's way different than the German eagle.
Eagle is different.
You know the English word for eagle? You know what an eagle is in English?
Yeah, I already.
Yeah, but
Adler is. They're confusing themselves.
Adler.
German lesson for you, Victor.
Yes.
Eagle, I-G-E-L in German is hedgehog. Eagle, E-A-G-L-E in English is Adler. That's the confusion that they're coming up.
And what's an Adler?
An Adler is an eagle,
Oh,
like a bird eagle.
Oh.
But an eagle is a hedgehog. That's where Ishmael is
oh.
just getting his German
Wow.
and English.
You are qualified in German,
Yeah,
and your English is more than perfect.
thank you.
And are you German?
No, I'm not German. I have a degree in German. But I was
degree in
born in
German.
England.
actually, I got.
Will, I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. You are a genius. Absolute genius. And it's an absolute honour and pleasure to be with you here.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And what I said, I meant you are the best ever in the history of poker, the best live blogger.
Stop it.
Certainly in this room. Certainly in this room.
J-Dude blah blah says, why does someone keep saying hedgehog? Well,
morning.
Ishmael Bojan was asking what eagle was in English, and it's hedgehog. So I was trying to tell him. He couldn't hear me, but you know, best intentions. He then goes on to say that hedgehog is J.D. blah blah. Your great aunt sounds like an amazing woman. But how do you say hedgehog in Bulgarian? He says he knows. Don't tease us like that. Thomas has flopped the flush draw with not a lot else. Theo is dead and betting into it, and Ronnie calls with a set of.
Well,
set of
that's a
twos.
made flush, no?
Yep. Did I say flush draw? Nah.
And
Oh. Now, Thomas joins Theo in being dead, but does Theo barrel here? Probably not. Does Thomas barrel when...
Ronnie has made a boat with 2s.
Yeah. Thomas slows down after betting... No. Thomas slows down after calling on the flop. Ronnie...
It's a sizable bet here.
Yeah.
It's 3,200 it looks like.
Now Theo bet flop folds, and Thomas is in a sticky situation, really.
He's a bad flush.
Yep.
It's on a paired board.
Yep.
He's out of position.
Yep.
I mean, it's goodbye, isn't it, really? The only problem it's against Ronnie. And Ronnie is super aggressive. That's his image. Well, that's the way he has played this table.
That's the thing. His hand is what his hand is now. Can't improve. There's no.
And then I have to argue that, I'm just trying to help him.
He has to look at his hand now and think, is this hand going to hold up a showdown with Ronnie betting again? And if he calls here, does it go check bet call on the river? Probably not.
And he knows he's going to have to check it because he can't make the pot any bigger. Just in case Ronnie has a bigger flush or the boat, but that's a good fold.
It's a good fold by Thomas.
Yeah.
He played it like he had the flush, and Ronnie. I think that bet on the turn is a bit big. How much was it? It was
3,200 into 6,400 pot.
I suppose it's a normal size.
It's pretty.
You know, when the hand that you have is pretty nutted.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to be betting that much.
Anything smaller is a bit fishy, I think, a bit suspicious.
Or does he check it back, knowing that what can come on the river?
The flush,
that's
the flush. Then the baby flush then definitely gets a bit of confidence. And he does get a bet out of him on the river.
Maybe that was a misstep by Ronnie there.
Yeah.
He just turned his hand face up.
Yeah, correct. The only thing is he is very active, and he knows that someone as good as Thomas has picked up on that.
If Thomas had like ace jack of clubs there, does he like?
Oh, he definitely continues.
Ace jack X with the ace jack of clubs. He'll definitely continue, and he'll probably go check bet call on the river.
And he'll call in the river as well, I believe. But you know what? Who knows? I mean, it's easy. Well, I was going to say it's easy to commentate, but it's not. It's quite hard actually. But it's so different when you're at the table. Will, you know this? You know, these players they're on such a high level, and they're playing these competitions on such a high level that many times it's down to that sixth sense and feel. They can smell a trap. They can feel out a hand.
Now this is an interesting one. What we were saying about Theo not being in hands. He's in his hand with an 85,000 euro stack up against a 23,000 and a 32,000. Now, Thomas here is open-ended with a pair of tens, not a lot else. So I can see him sticking around. Theo just has...
Well, Theo has
gut shot,
he's
top
good
pair,
shot,
backdoor.
He is the overcard, but the overcard gives Thomas the straight.
Is that a raise? I can't see. No, just a call.
Okay, that would have been a good spot to raise.
Like we say, Theo controlling things.
Yeah.
8 on the turn
changes. That has changed because it's given Theo more confidence now in his hand. He is 2 pair.
Now, does he barrel or check raise?
Well, there's no straight, there's no flush, there's no made straight, there's no made flush. The only things beating him is King 10 or a set. It's unlikely there's a set of kings as he's holding a king.
I think Thomas peels.
I'm not sure what the bet size was there.
6. Half pot bet again.
This is interesting. I mean, if Thomas knows he's definitely behind here. He knows he's behind. But
and maybe this is Theo controlling it, like the man on Twitch said.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is that if we see a river card, does Theo barrel again? Is that him controlling it with? If he doesn't improve from 2 pair, if he barrels again, is that him controlling? And is that a misstep? But for now, I think Thomas...
Now, I think this ace of spades that Theo's holding could be key to why Theo bet here.
Roman, what about new player?
No. Thomas folds. So that could have got interesting.
Yeah.
I think Theo obviously made the best hand, bet the best hand, but in a different way to we saw with Ronnie Kaiser on the hand previously. I would have really liked to have seen a river card in that just to see what Theo would have done. Because we've been talking about him controlling things, and that was a hand where, given the right card on the river, it could have quickly gotten away from him and he could have ended up, you know.
Yeah, I think Thomas had one chance there on the flop to win it.
Just to raise there.
If he raised on the flop, he certainly takes it down.
Because Theo just had, at that stage, just naked top
Just
pair.
yeah.
Jan Peter with a big hand here.
He's crawling his way back here, Jan Peter. He was 35 grand down. I believe he's about 20 grand down.
Theo is straddled, and because we're five-hand, how many are we? Six-handed? Yeah. Because of six-handed, Jan Peter immediately becomes the hijack and calls with his suited ace.
This is Jan Peter was called to re-raise, I'd say.
Yep.
Theo calls the bet from Martin. It's 1,000.
Jan Peter does first of a three-part strategy. Limp. Second part is wait for a player to raise.
Yeah, and here we go. Theo's put in the 800 to call, so there's 2.5 grand out there. He can make it.
Yeah, big pick of yellows there.
Grand.
You know what's happening when he just picks up the yellows, and Theo knows exactly what Jan Peter did. Just a big reach for the big reach for the yellows. So Martin here.
Martin's all in if he calls. He's certainly going to call. There's no doubt in my mind.
All his chips are out in front of him.
Yeah.
And Theo.
No, Theo's getting priced in here because it's 2,200 to call. There's already 7k out there.
He's got a pair. He's got a suit.
I'm calling here if I'm Theo.
Martin's picked up a suit, but obviously he's all in. Theo has flopped a house, so oh dear. Martin is all in, has made his flush. Theo's flopped the house, and the other two is check.
We have a little bit of noise interference, guys, but I assure you that's going to be sorted very quickly. Okay, this is incredible. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah, I don't see Jan Peter doing much here with a paired flushy board and just aces.
So it's gone check, am I right?
Check on the flop, and
it's 10 grand pot. Jan Peter's 20 grand behind. Oh man, this is bad news. He's going to put in about 5 grand bet here, is he?
There's 4 there.
Martin is probably thinking he's going to win this pot with his nut flush.
Yeah, he's sat there with enough flush going, I've waited all day for this. I've waited all day and I've been good and I've found my spot. But the more action he sees between these two, the more he sits there going, oh dear, my nut flush may not be good.
Okay, what's going on here, Will?
Check on the flop. Martin went all in pre-flop, but I don't really know what Jan Peter's thinking. Is he just thinking that Theo's making a move? He knows he's going to see the cards anyway.
Yeah.
So, Martin Cabral, yeah.
Martin is drawn dead here.
That's it. But I'm hoping that's enough.
And the same story continues.
I mean, that's not Theo controlling the pot, that's just Theo just flopping it.
He's really hitting the board strong.
This is not going to do the needling.
It's over for Martin. Is he going to reload? He's in for...
Well, didn't he say the last time he reloaded that...
Yeah, he's in for 15. At least, could be 20. He's in certainly in for 15. He's looking for the floor, I think. And it's a painful situation.
Guys, anybody can give me 5,000 for
Can anyone lend me 5,000?
Well, I'm clean out. I'm clean out.
Now, I know. I'm not sure what happened here. Martin's asked for 5k, but no one has. I know Jan Peter knows Martin very well, but he's left the hippo.
But that's a lawn figure.
This time you were definitely right. It's probably a different result if it doesn't hit a ball.
I think there are some bad
Why do you drink, guys?
Yeah, I think drinking makes me tighter because I'm more afraid to make a mistake.
So we have
So nice to give us a roll back.
we have two empty
Oh,
seats. One of the
Very
seats
good,
is
I wasn't
completely empty,
expecting it, but I didn't expect it
but
there.
seat 7 has
I've just
left
rolled well,
his marker, his card marker.
As soon as
For
it
now,
was a
yeah.
half a 10.
Martin has left his hippo behind.
I mean, I have busted a tournament before, left my car protector,
Maybe
gone out to the car park,
And
realised
tried to kill yourself? No.
Nope. Realised, and I had to go back to the table where my
And your exit hand was very embarrassing. You got it in drawing dead on the
No.
flop, which is almost impossible.
you
in this
can't say
game.
that I'm amazing 1 minute and then say that I get it enjoyed it. No, I went back.
I'm just
and
asking you to spice up the story for our
my seat
listeners.
was full, and the dealer was just sort of just reached into the tray and then sort of just offered me my card protector up to me. I was just there like,
bad spot for you, Will.
He made a good bluff.
Check.
Then he's just a fucking slow roller, that's all.
Yes.
I mean, he did it to him, but if you do it to me, I would be mad.
Do you think I would do it to you?
I hope not.
Well, now I would.
Jan Peter is having a go at Theo, saying that he slow rolled Martin.
I think he did. I think I heard him say I
Yeah.
have a 10
Yeah.
when he actually had 2 10s and
Yeah.
flopped a house. So I'm not 100% sure what he showed because I think the camera was on Martin at the
Yeah.
time. But
I like 3 fours.
Yeah, well,
Almost.
this is
check call
Jan
is fine.
Peter. I've played with him before and I've commentated on him before, and he comes across quite a moody, sometimes kind of aggressive, you know, in his manner. You know, now believe me, he's an absolute gentleman, a really nice guy. Met him earlier on in the restaurant, really top guy. But you know, he does come across, you know, a little bit moody, and he's needling Theo there, trying to, you know, trying to get Theo going. But I don't think Theo's falling for it. Theo's Yakman said, "Yeah, you slow roll Martin there. You better not try it on me," type of thing. And Theo just comes straight back and says, "Now I will try it." T Pro said it was a slow roll, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think we get that now. But there's a lot of tequila out there, and Martin would be known for his antics at the table. So I'm guessing Theo thought it was a good opportunity to.
and he'd been doing that thing with the fist bumps all game.
Yeah. It's just my guess. I don't think Theo would do that to any other player at the table, bar Martin.
Yeah. Did you hear that? Izzy said, "You win," and Thomas says, "I know." Which is quite a ballsy thing to say on a. I suppose once Izzy says you win and you have the nut straight. No, second nut straight, my bad.
How do you know?
I do believe our friend is back.
I can see the hippo standing on
On 10,000? No, they're 500s.
Yeah.
Purples are 500, so
I
that's
thought, but no, purples are it's a 20.
500. So it's a 5,000. It looks like 5,000.
Yep.
10 fives equals
And a hippo.
5,000.
Being
Yeah,
groomed.
5,000 stack.
Being groomed lovingly by Martin Cabral.
Now I believe Martin is in for 20 grand. That's my
But
mathematics.
nothing-
So he
anything
will
is
be
good.
down
For
minus
10,
15.
and then down 5,
Yeah.
then down 12. Yeah, either 15 or 20,000.
He's definitely in for 20. That's a minimum. Definitely in for 20.
Rebought twice before this and this one.
Yeah,
So 3
yeah,
rebuys and
yeah,
5 is
yeah,
you're at
yeah.
20. But Kaiser's still in for the most.
Hey,
Nice, yeah.
Good call against
7, 7, 10. Yeah, nice.
It's
Yeah, 10,
easy.
10. Nice.
I had a good
One
I
time,
make
a
big
good call.
re-raise. Nice result.
One time.
You are a fucking lucky Danish.
Don't say
Danish.
The man
Danish.
on TV.
Jan Peter expressing
Good time.
how he feels about Theo in front of the session. Theo hit them board so hard. He's
We're going to play like that in the opening event. And I was explaining to our Czech colleague who's
Yeah.
doing some writing that I was asking him, is there a Czech phrase for, in English
Running
you say
good.
being hit in the hit in the
yeah,
face
hit
with
in
the deck?
face of the deck, yeah.
Yeah. He didn't. There isn't one. So
Okay.
any Czech people out there got a similar thing for running stupidly well? The man at the final table, he knocked out from 20 players left. He knocked out 6 players, which is good going. Well, 7 if you include the last guy.
Tarkan, can we play a bit longer?
Yeah, let's play longer.
This game starts to be exciting.
If you just joined us, you are watching a €100 blinds
Let's get
PLO cash game.
Quarente
The minimum buy-in was 5,000.
Just to make sure I have it.
However,
With the spoon like you did in Amsterdam.
Ronnie is in for 50,000. Am I right, Will?
Ja, aber es war neu bestimmt.
Yachman is
Sorry,
in.
you can't. The viewers at home can't see me nodding slowly.
Yes, yes.
I did.
The big winner is Theo Jorgensen.
Spoon check.
Theo started with 10,000 and it just
Remember that. In Amsterdam,
was all downhill for Theo, no problems.
I checked with
One
the
buy-in. You can reload for
There's just one
5,000
spoon check. I will never forget.
or
that.
105,000. There's no limit on the reload.
Beautiful.
Why didn't you tell me? I'm going to go straight out there now.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Top 3 of all time.
The big losers are Ronnie Kaiser, seat 1.
Beautiful is the
Seat 5 here with the glasses. Yachman, he's down about 25k.
The best.
And seat 7 is Martin Cabral, he's in for 20 grand.
He's standing in his office like the smoking room in the back of the VIP. Yeah. So he's standing in there.
Is anyone allowed join this game? Absolutely anyone is allowed join. As long as
How much is in the box?
Tarkan, our tournament director,
Whatever, 60
he is the one that allocates the seat. You need to speak to him. He's very easy to get through to. He's always here on the floor. One of the best tournament directors, if not Europe, in the world. Tarkan, top class bloke. Speak to him any day or night. You can meet him here in King's Poker Room. If you're interested in playing, there's a big game tomorrow, same game, but it is a round of each, same blinds, €100, €100.
But he disappear with his needles.
Yeah, but he has the same problem as some.
Ask Leon to come with 1 million and play. Interesting. I do believe that Leon is in the building.
He's
still.
around, yeah.
Yeah, and he will. It's been confirmed earlier on that he will play tomorrow,
Yes.
and that will.
I mean, he loves the game, but he can't play all day, every day. He's got a casino to run.
Many other businesses. that
Yeah.
run. It's not just any casino. It's the largest poker room in Europe. So this is a no-rake game. Yes, there is no table charge for this game. This is produced by King's Poker Room, and it's a broadcast at their expense.
We don't like
And the idea is to show you the kind of action that's here 365 days a year. Do drop by.
Jetzt nicht mehr. You taught me.
Arlecchino is looking for a seat.
Ich wollte ihn isolieren hier, aber willst du ja nicht. Du willst ja
Do
nicht.
contact, just ring and ask for Tarkan.
And I can't tolerate
He will
hair as well.
I just
He will
think so.
assist you.
Yeah.
if you are looking for a seat.
So Ronnie gets rewarded for being the only player here with a semi-decent hand by flopping best. Flopping an open-ended flopping a gut shot. No, flopping open-ender. I was right. Don't doubt yourself.
Okay, are there 5, 10 and 10-20 PLO games like this? Certainly is, particularly during a festival. There's 24/7 cash games running here. This is the largest poker room in Europe. During the festivals you'll get many spreads of games. I believe there was a 5-10 last night, certainly at least one of them.
There were the full tables up on the two levels. There's a big... There's a big, almost like a conference hall, a convention hall, sorry. Oh, dribble. Go on, Ishmael. It's eating and drinking. You've been doing it since you were born. There we go.
How can I lose against the worst player in the world?
I don't get it either.
The smallest stakes PLO, I believe there is a 1-3 game. I think so.
It does depend on what's running.
Yeah,
mean,
I actually played a 1-3 game here myself, so they definitely run. Come down, have a look, guys. If you haven't visited King's Room before, you're in for a pleasant surprise. It is an amazing venue.
Ronnie definitely called us down.
24/7 cash action, all kinds of spreads,
I feel the pain in the
games,
heart.
tournaments running. We have a 300,000 guarantee tournament starting on Wednesday.
Can be involved.
Thursday, I think. Thursday is day 1A. It's 888 buy-in. 888 euro buy-in, 300,000 guaranteed.
What's the buy-in cap for 1-3 PLO? I think you can just find all those details on the website. They keep it pretty up to date for what the buy-ins are, what the action is. It's almost like Vegas in that they keep it all up to date.
It's King's Casino. And Theo is still singing. Why is that? Why is that, Will? Why is he singing?
He's up to the tune of 80,000 euros. And I think in that position, in that particular instance, he was singing towards Martin Cabral, which...
Martin, that's the thought, isn't it?
A bar molder saying, may fancy a holiday near Rovadoff then? Absolutely. People do come here on holidays. And there is several hotels, very comfortable accommodation available.
You will see you on TV.
I want quality time.
No, I want to see the...
Maybe I would have been.
Actually, I want to watch the German High Roller. I would pay like... I would pay 50 euros right now to watch it, the whole episode. It's that good, I think.
It's a couple of hands. I want to check. I will ask somebody.
If it's on cinema, you would like to watch it.
No, I'm serious. I would. I mean...
So we're coming to the latter part of the session here.
Jeder, der jetzt zuhört, guckt euch das an. Das wird grandios bestimmt.
I heard Ishmael earlier asking whether or not they could play longer, asking Tarkan if they could play longer.
Okay. Well,
so it may be a case of them continuing the same table off stream.
Yeah. These players, except Theo, are terrible.
I am.
Laugh out loud at the guy betting aces on a flush and straight board now.
No more trash.
I'm sorry, Heads Up Master. I can't agree with you there. I know for a fact, seat 1, Ronnie Kaiser is one of the biggest winners in Europe. This young lad here, yes, he's approximately 2 million up online and similar amount live. EPT winner. Huge PLO.
Now this is an
cash game winner.
interesting situation with Ronnie coming up against Theo. A chance to... No, Ronnie folded.
Just stick to what, even though I'm losing, I think we should stick to this.
Just stick to what you still don't know.
But really, I have a good suggestion for you if you stop poker. You could work as an actor in some cheap theater in Denmark.
Oh,
You're a good
no.
actor.
That's acting.
No, he's good actor.
He's a good actor. And theaters are even more fun than like movies.
I mean, seriously.
No, he should be a comedian.
I mean, it's not high class. It's it. For cheap theaters.
So you can see an empty seat there, guys. That was Nick.
I mean, not the erotic.
He
No, please don't.
he was in for approximately 15,000.
Yeah, it
I
wasn't,
understood.
wasn't a lot. 5 twice, I think.
Yeah,
5
but
and 2
I think he
reloads.
topped up as well. I'm not, I think it's minimum 15. It's probably closer to 17,000. And
What do you?
See, this is the thing when you have only 6 players, especially when we had 5 when Cabral was away from the table. Everyone comes in and you're just sat there going, okay,
7 players.
everyone has something and we just need
wow, 3.
Jan Peter to smash that board
Yeah,
in the
Peter,
face.
3-5. Full house.
Trinkst du mit ein, Hoddy?
Theo is up and down.
Gleich. Du kannst auch jetzt einen trinken, ohne zu spielen.
Ronnie has the blockers to the straights.
Bist auf Bewährung.
Theo bet 800. Jan Peter just smartly just calls. That's a nice flat call. Ronnie's calling here with the blockers and the gutter.
I love that face.
But I mean, he can't win this unless he spikes a 7
Or a 4.
or a 4 actually. Yeah, there's no 4s left. Will.
Oh yeah. No 7, no 4s. And there's only 1 7.
And there's 1 7. So, I mean, it's saying 3%. I think it's actually lower. He's 1 out.
7. No.
Okay, that's a straight for Theo.
This could be interesting, but I don't think lots of money's going to get in.
He might check if he could.
Check bet fold
Well,
call.
it's small. Theo's first act
Yeah.
in small blind. What's he bet here? He believes
3, 2.
2,000.
Does Jan Peter raise? Probably.
It's too good not to raise, I believe.
Beats by aces, 9s, 3s, 5s. Can't be 3s. Aces, 9s, 5s. Ace
5s
3,
are highly
yeah.
unlikely when he's holding one.
Ace X.
This is an interesting one.
Ace 3. No, it's just a flat. Interesting.
And he might see a slow roll here by Jan Peter. Wait and you see. It'll take him a while to clear his hand. No, he does it straight away.
Flop it, turn it.
I already wanted to fight on the table that he showed me this. I said, fuck.
Last one?
Last round.
So we
Can you run
move
it
to
twice at
another
this
table.
casino? Yes, you can. Heads up.
Last 6 hands still. Madam.
How many hands?
Last round.
6 more hands?
I think last round of the button was called, Will.
Yeah.
Okay, I will double up 5 of them.
Ja, da muss
Jan
jetzt letzte
Peter,
Hand, das ist noch nicht
he's
so
down
geil.
about 20 grand here.
Nobody's smoking
He
anymore.
has clawed his way back. He was down 35,000.
There's going to be all sorts of shenanigans in his last
I
round.
think so, yeah. This is the big loser we're looking at here is Ronnie,
Obvious.
Yeah.
the Swiss guy. Ronnie Kaiser. He's down about 45,000. And Theo, the huge winner.
Okay, here
He's
we
up.
go.
He's up the guts at 90,000. And Thomas, I believe, is about even in this game.
Sometimes in these games you just get people who either uploads or downloads, whereas in this game you sort of have one outstanding winner, one outstanding loser, and then some middling stacks where, you know, 1 or 2 hands either way could mean that they make 10k, lose 10k, which I suppose just comes with the session. Probably a short session, 104 hands for what these guys are used to playing. and I'm assuming that they're going to go away and play into the night. They all seem to get on. I'm sure the casino will keep the table open for them.
A bit different since you said it. It was not our just my feeling. I was convinced.
Are these players able to get credit if they bust, or is this all cash game? Well, that's a very specialised question.
And actually,
I'm quite positive all these players would have money on deposit, so they simply just nod the head.
I don't think
You know, they withdraw from the cage.
So that's why I feel bad.
Perhaps there is credit facilities for certain players. I'm not quite sure how that works. If there is a credit facility, I'm sure it's
I feel really bad.
it's very selective.
Here we go. Ronnie's perhaps only chance to in the last few hands.
Theo's all over this.
I know. It's not looking good for Ronnie.
I mean,
Does he peel with an up flush? So deep in the hole with knowing that there are only six hands left? Or is he disciplined and does he lay this down?
I might not bet Jack 10, but
he's calling 1,000 here.
whatever. I wish I had Jack 6 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, 8, 9, 10 you can bet.
Oh, that's a straight.
No.
Good forward.
That's
Disciplined.
9-7.
Disciplined.
No, but I'm not betting the river.
He's got no direct outs apart from that. Apart from the hearts, and they weren't good.
No, you can have 2 there.
Oh my gosh.
So again, the big winner is straight in front of us. Seat 4, crossing the dealo. Theo Jorgensen, 85,000 profit so
Double
far.
straddle.
To be the guy that
I
throws
am
800.
already famous, I don't need to get famous.
Loser, seat 1 on the left.
This is your TV time.
Is young Ronnie Kaiser,
One for the famous guy.
45,000 down.
That shit.
What can you buy? What does Party Poker pay?
Werd mal erwachsen, werde mal erwachsen.
I think Party Poker said we make you famous.
Ihr müsst einen gestandenen Familienvater.
So, Cabral, 1,500. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
Easy with 1 straddle, folds. Theo, you'd assume, yeah, comes along.
Suited ace.
The legend. Ronnie Kaiser is kind of a legend.
I think Ronnie is not
And again,
so famous, but in couple of months he will be.
I mean, Martin he's practically drawn dead in this flop.
100 years
Check
from
bet
now,
fold.
We'll look back at the time and say, wow, that was a legend.
oh,
Yes,
no.
he's gonna look at his back
Oh,
every
dear.
time he's traveling all around.
Does Theo torment him? No.
He raises.
And Martin will get out.
Nice photo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
it's actually
But that's
encouraged.
very expected.
It's encouraged.
You and Ronnie is like.
I'm not sure if 6 is slow roll. Is it?
Après cette partie, ça va être.
6 is slow roll? Is it considered
High
slow roll?
roller beast, saying the heads up master keep asking dumb questions. I don't think so, high roller.
I put you on aces.
All questions are welcome.
Aces.
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 I think you had aces.
Crazy. Crazy.
And I had only...
Thank you so much for joining us. We are coming to the end of our
Okay, this was very good game.
live cash game session here in King's Casino.
Last dry hands,
Last 3 hands. Cabral doing my job.
so I can lose a lot.
You are the last on the bottom.
Yeah.
I'm the last
There's a
one.
there's a double. No, there's 1 straddle, and Jan Peter didn't triple straddle last time, so I doubt he's going to double this time.
Okay, then one
Where
more
is
drink.
it?
One more drink for the
You
fans.
were gonna.
The max.
We are back again tomorrow, same time,
700.
for another edition of the live cash game with English commentary. Expects some exciting characters.
8 raise all in.
Martin is all
You
in.
can put it in the hip hop.
1.8.
One,
Oh, 1.9. I'm so off. I'm always 100 off.
5
1.9. Theo's called. Queen 10 9 5, and now back on Thomas. Ace Queen 8 6. Suited
lot.
ace
Good luck,
What
Martin.
is the
I
loss?
wish that you win this.
comes along as well. So
Martin,
Cabral
50, I
with
think
the
it's
chance
50,
to triple
loss,
up his 1.9 thousand
50 is a lot.
euro stack with 3 hands left. He whiffs that
But,
flop.
yeah, but that's crazy. but
Theo
40
flops
is a lot.
best, as always. Queen 10, 9, 5.
I mean, 40 is a lot.
Backdoor
Even
clubs
if
for
those
everyone.
No, I'm trying to do Martin.
Even the hippo looks sad now.
I got 3,000.
Look at him looking at Thomas's stack being like, I want some of those.
That's me.
Yeah.
That's probably me.
And again.
Oh my gosh. He outsold me. But I still have a lot of...
Come on, it's 3. It's 3. It's
Yes.
3.
I want to see 3 on the turn.
3.
Let's see the backdoor
3
part.
of hearts. 3 of hearts.
And
No, but
the
don't flash, not
players
for me.
calling
Three
for
of
3 for Martin.
Oh, 5.
Up and down, straight.
5. Good,
That's it.
good
He
job.
gets a bit of life.
6.
That card is
If this happens, I'm
Given-
not playing poker
a
anymore.
little bit of hope.
Never,
Come
never.
on. Straight.
I'm done. Oh,
Thank you
no,
that
I
he
won
still
that one.
plays.
No good for
Nuts.
Martin.
Just
I
a
lost
lot.
again with this from Northern Europe.
Yes.
Okay, one last drink for the fans.
I play with
Not-
these chips. It's
Not
okay.
for me. I'm done
Okay,
drinking.
I'm not sure what he's playing with
You
here.
don't need to. Hamza, it's okay. I play with it.
Yeah? What
Last-
color?
last
Excuse me.
hand.
What color is that?
50,
What is it?
50,001.
Is it 50 now? Because I haven't seen those.
Let me do
What is
it.
it?
They 5 grand
Probably
chips.
to hold this
No,
in
the
next
5
to
grands
the
are dark chips.
Pink.
Yeah, but maybe are they from the
chips.
from the normal
I
cash
lost all my
tables?
black chip winnings here.
Okay, they swapped them.
Pink Panther winning.
So
So they're yeah, it's another 5 grand.
another 5 grand. And it's the second last hand. And
Going crazy.
by my calculation,
All in.
Martin is in for 25,000.
So he's picked up probably the best hand he's had in a long, long time.
I wanna beat him just one time.
What is it? How much?
Double suited Badugi.
One
Take it
time.
down, Cabral Brown.
One time I beat you. At least one time.
Current wheat is like 45, right?
8 back 400.
What is
No
current wheat?
way. I win one time.
Wheat is 48.
But I'm not, I never learned French. Not even in school somewhere.
This is the last hand.
Too fair.
Last hand, here we go.
This is the last hand of
All
our
the
cash
limp.
game session. 100 euro cash game
All the
session.
straddles, all the limps, all the props. Final hand. Yes. Go, Thomas, go.
Martin, you can do it one.
Heads
you
Up
can be a
Master
legend.
is going
First
to the
level
playground
race
in
is
Montreal.
absolutely
Top class play. It's
Martin
I am
straddling,
also
final
like
hand.
fantastic
No.
venue.
Don't think so. No. Not even on the last hand when he stuck 25 grand. Cabral, you disciplined so-and-so you.
The last hand.
Looking down
Okay,
at King
guys,
King
I would like
7-4.
to say it was fun, but it wasn't.
No, it was not. For me too. Losing 20.
8 raised
Okay.
800.
You losing 22?
Fucking lose.
I'm the biggest loser. No, Ronnie is the
I'm losing 17 right now. Ah.
And that's it. Theo's cashing out. I estimate he's up about 85,000.
Yeah, he was up as high as 82,000. I think he had a little bit more than that. Who's the
for me.
biggest loser here, Finto?
Well, we know the biggest loser is the 42,000 by Ronnie. He was 45 in the hole at one stage.
Okay.
And then
If
there
I-
are
if I
3
take
players
off,
all
I'm down
with,
only 15. It's okay.
you know, high teen thousands worth of
Yeah.
losses. So that's Izzy and
Yeah, I mean, Jan Peter and
yeah.
Martin are about 20,000 in the hole.
Jan Peter and Martin, both about 20,000 in the hole. Obviously Nick, who's no longer with us, 16,000. And Thomas he's been all right. He's steadied the ship somewhat after being up. No, after being down. Sorry. He'll be pleased with how he played.
Thomas,
Yes, baby. I won the last one.
this is a big one.
Yes, baby.
Martin has bet 1,500.
Show the river, please. Show river, please.
Can I show the river again?
So, Chan River, yes, sure.
Okay, so
That's me.
we've come to an end.
Nuts. Claps is good. Claps
Make
is
straight.
And
Okay,
by
I
my
can-
calculation,
Where are the others? What's going on?
Thomas has broken even. Yachman, you see standing up with the sunglasses, and the black shirt, he's down about 18,000.
And the only two winners on the table are
Ask the
Theo
winners.
and
Theo and Ishmail, and Ishmail is,
Ask the
you know,
winners.
he's only up about 5 grand. So I think that, you know, Theo is about a 90,000 euro winner here.
How much you lose? 20?
Ja, ich habe Beste.
Yeah. How much you lose?
Ronnie Kaiser getting out the calculator to work out how much he's lost.
He's down 40, 45 grand in my calculations.
And that must mean that Theo Jorgensen's stack is approaching 100,000
It must
euros
be, yeah.
on the table.
Well, it would be. He's in for 10. He's